Chapter 1040. What's so hard to choose? Stop hesitating and continue chasing the Nightmare Lord. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets. Chiyu kept urging. The inner demons retorted, Chiyu, don't be an alarmist. He has a grudge with you. That's why you want to kill him. The Nightmare Lord is indeed powerful, but to say that he's so powerful that it's against the heavens is definitely an exaggeration. Why would the Nightmare Lord run away and not face Tang Zheng head-on? Because he knows that Tang Zheng has a way to break his traceless dream spell. His most powerful spell would not work, so he would naturally run away. Is that so? Tang Zheng's heart moved as he asked. Of course it is so. The inner demons said as a matter of fact. Chiyu did not refute, clearly agreeing with this point. If I meet the Nightmare Lord again, can I not be affected by his traceless dream spell? Tang Zheng asked curiously. The inner demons confidently said, Of course not for normal people, but you can rest assured that with us here, even if he can lure you into the dream realm, he won't be able to lure us. So, as long as the two of us are here, the Nightmare Lord's spell will not work. So, that's how it is. Tang Zheng suddenly understood, immediately understanding the importance of the situation. Inner demons, if you don't speak, no one will think you're a mute, Chiyu said in a flustered and exasperated manner. The inner demons chuckled. Chiyu, you're so flustered and exasperated because I'm right. What I said is the truth. As for how to choose, that's up to the young man. You don't really think that you can make the young man's decision, right? Don't be so arrogant. Arrogance makes people fall behind. Tang Zheng did not pay attention to the two of them arguing. In his heart, he gradually came up with a plan. Since he had chased the Nightmare Lord for so long and still could not catch him, that meant that the Nightmare Lord's methods were very good. Even if he continued to chase, he might not be able to catch him. However, if Ji Wuxiang fell into the enemy's hands, he would not be able to keep the chess piece and would be a huge threat to himself. I understand. In an instant, he made his decision. What are you going to do? I'll go save Ji Wuxiang first. Chiyu really wanted to look up at the sky and sigh. He hatefully said to the inner demons, Inner demons, it's you who ruined my plans. I'll remember you. Just you wait. The inner demons didn't care. Chiyu, whether it was when you were alive or now, you can't do anything to me, so your threat is too weak to be effective. Inner demons, you really are my nemesis. Chiyu shouted angrily. Tang Zheng changed direction and headed straight for the Xiangqi Club. Although Ji Wuxiang did not say where he was, he had a feeling that Ji Wuxiang was most likely in the Go Club. When he arrived at the Go Club, the door was tightly shut. He immediately frowned. He had guessed correctly. As for what had happened in the Go Club, no one knew. Even the passers-by at the door did not notice anything strange. However, Tang Zheng sensed it. He quickly went to the corner, and, while no one was paying attention, lightly tiptoed into the Go Club. Separated by a wall, the outside was noisy, but the inside was silent. Not even the chirping of insects or birds could be heard. It was terrifyingly silent. As far as the eye could see, he understood what was going on, because everything in front of him was completely different from before. It was a mess. The pavilions had collapsed and turned into ruins. The mood of the small bridge and flowing water was completely destroyed. Tang Zheng's pupils constricted as he hurriedly rushed out. After a few steps, he saw the only place that was completely undamaged, the hall, which was also the place where many chess players used to play. The Go boards were still standing. The Go players sat in front of the boards, holding the pieces in their hands. Their faces were cold and hard like rocks in the cold wind. Their hands were frozen in midair and did not fall for a long time. There were two people standing in the hall. One of them was Ji Wuxiang, and the other was wearing a mask. Tang Zheng recognized him at a glance. He exclaimed, "My lord!" The masked man was the great lord. Tang Zheng had fought him several times, so he was very familiar with the mask. Hearing the voice, the great lord and Ji Wuxiang turned their heads at the same time. When they saw Tang Zheng, the great lord exclaimed, "Tang Zheng, it's you again. Why are you everywhere?" His voice was filled with endless anger. When Ji Wuxiang saw Tang Zheng, his expression relaxed. His tense expression also relaxed a little. "My lord, I've been looking for you for a long time. You're finally willing to show yourself," Tang Zheng said, without backing down. "Humph, I was looking for you. What did you do to my Azure Dragon Hall's consecrated Xianin?" The great lord asked coldly. Tang Zheng smiled faintly. "Do you want to see her? I can help you and let you meet." "Could it be that you killed her? That's impossible. How could you kill her? You imprisoned her, didn't you?" Tang Zheng's head moved. The great lord seemed to have known that Xian Yin could seal herself to protect her life. That's why he ran away so unscrupulously. "If you don't answer, I'll take it as a yes. Today you don't have any other helpers. You're not my opponent. I'll take care of you once and for all," the great lord said murderously. Ji Wuxiang shouted, "Who said that young Master Tang doesn't have any helpers? Although I, Ji Wuxiang, am not that talented, I can still help young Master Tang." "Ji Wuxiang, even now, you're still stubborn. Do you really think I won't kill you?" the great lord scolded. "In order to get the heavenly chess, are you willing to kill me?" Ji Wuxiang asked jokingly. He clearly knew what his biggest reliance was. The heavenly chess was his own creation. If others wanted to get the heavenly chess, they would have to dig it out bit by bit from his head. They wouldn't kill him immediately. Your heavenly chess is only SOSO. It can't even trap me, let alone deal with others. I think it's better not to use it," the great lord said disdainfully. Ji Wuxiang was unmoved. Although the great lord was belittling the heavenly chess, he wasn't prepared to refute. On the other hand, when Tang Zheng heard this, his heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood what was going on. Ji Wuxiang and the others were able to hold on until now because they had set up the heavenly chess to resist the great lord. However, according to what Ji Wuxiang said, wasn't the heavenly chess very powerful? Why couldn't it trap the great lord? Instead, they were forced to retreat again and again. The great lord stared at Tang Zheng with burning eyes, saying, "Tang Zheng, if you hand over consecrated Xianin, then I can let you die a quick death." Tang Zheng snorted and lightly spat out 2 words, "Dream on." "Then I'll let you know the taste of death." The great lord stretched out his hand and rushed towards Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng hurriedly stabbed out with his sword. In an instant, the aura of heaven and earth changed greatly. No matter how the sword chi danced, countless sword marks appeared on the ground. As for Ji Wuxiang and the other Go players, they were like small boats in a storm bobbing up and down with the waves. It was very dangerous. Suddenly, Ji Wuxiang shouted, "Fecta!" At the same time, the Go players began to move. The Go pieces in their hands landed heavily. Bang! The sound of the Go pieces making contact with the chessboard was exceptionally crisp. Before the sound had faded away, a mysterious energy surged out from the chessboard, spreading throughout the entire Go club. The aura of this small world had undergone a tremendous change. If one looked from the outside, they would see that the Go club hadn't changed at all. There wasn't even the slightest change. However, the inside of the Go club had undergone a myriad of changes. Tang Zheng's senses were very sharp. He immediately noticed this. After fending off the great lord with his sword, he couldn't help but look at Ji Wuxiang and the other Go players. He saw that Ji Wuxiang's expression was solemn and even had a murderous aura. He was like a general in ancient times who commanded thousands of troops and horses. The Go players were like his subordinates. The Go players also changed. Although they were still as solemn as statues, their expressions were obviously more relaxed. It was obvious that they had been under a lot of pressure at the beginning. They held the Go pieces in their hands and were floating in the air. It seemed like they would place their Go pieces at any time. Tang Zheng's head moved. He gradually understood. Ji Wuxiang's fecta earlier was probably the order to place the Go pieces or even the position of the Go pieces. However, he didn't know what it meant exactly. After the Go pieces were placed, the aura of heaven and earth changed. This was enough to show how extraordinary celestial chess was. It could actually cause the aura of heaven and earth to change. It was truly extraordinary for a Go game to have such power. Tang Zheng didn't underestimate celestial chess like the Great Lord. Instead, because of this change, he treated celestial chess differently and had a higher opinion of it. The Great Lord had seen this change in the previous battle, so he was already used to it. The aura of heaven and earth changed more and more violently. Suddenly, Tang Zheng felt a chill. He felt something and looked at the Great Lord. The Great Lord's expression changed. He shouted, "You're doing it again." Bam! With a muffled sound, it was as if a tyrannical force had struck the High Lord's body. He quickly retreated, leaving a long mark on the ground. The floor was like the earth that had been plowed, turning up one after another. What a tyrannical force! I can't guard against it. Tang Zheng turned pale with fright. This change was beyond his expectations. He asked himself honestly, if he was in the Great Lord's position, he definitely wouldn't be able to block this attack. Most importantly, this attack was invisible. There was no trace of it at all. By the time he noticed it, it was already too late to guard against it. Is this the power of celestial chess? Tang Zheng muttered to himself. Celestial chess's attack was invisible, but its power was so great. It was indeed too terrifying. It made one's hair stand on end. The Great Lord wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes shone with a terrifying light from behind the mask. He shouted himself hoarse, "I'm going to break your celestial chess today." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed out. This time, he wasn't targeting Tang Zheng. Instead, he directly attacked Ji Wuxiang. Obviously, in his heart, celestial chess was a bigger threat than Tang Zheng. Celestial Jade. Ji Wuxiang opened his mouth again. This time, he didn't seem to be as relaxed as before. These two words burst out from his throat with great difficulty. Those chess players moved again. This time, their movements were very slow. It was as if they were resisting an invisible force. Tang Zheng saw everything clearly. He couldn't help but be amazed. This was a huge difference from before. As an outsider, he didn't know the reason behind it. Bam! Chapter 1041. The chess piece landed, and a sudden change occurred. A tyrannical force once again struck the High Lord's body, and blood seeped out from under his clothes, forming a dark red patch. The High Lord gasped for breath. His breathing became extremely hurried and chaotic, and he was actually unable to say a complete sentence. He propped himself up with his palm on the ground, turned into a ray of light, and fiercely rushed towards Ji Wuxiang. "Stop!" Tang Zheng shouted loudly, the sun-shooting arrow and heaven-shocking bow in his hands. The bowstring trembled, and the sun-shooting arrow flew out like a meteor, arriving in front of Ji Wuxiang in the blink of an eye. Ji Wuxiang's face changed. "How did your sun-shooting arrow become so powerful?" Tang Zheng sneered. With a thought, the speed of the sun-shooting arrow increased. The High Lord flipped in the air, the sun-shooting arrow brushing past his scalp. However, before he could rejoice, he saw the sun-shooting arrow turn back in midair. His expression changed greatly as he looked at the sun-shooting arrow and Tang Zheng in disbelief. This was even more powerful than he had expected. Seeing the sun-shooting arrow flying over again, and Ji Wuxiang opening his mouth, as if he was about to speak again, his expression turned cold. He looked at Tang Zheng hatefully, then looked at Ji Wuxiang unwillingly, turned around, and left like a whirlwind. He soared into the sky and flew over the courtyard wall. Delta, boom! The sun-shooting arrow missed and shot into the corner of the wall. After a loud sound, a huge hole appeared at the foot of the wall, and gravel flew everywhere. Tang Zheng stomped his foot in hatred and said indignantly, "The High Lord is too shameless. Once he noticed that something was wrong, he actually ran away. Is he addicted to being a deserter? Last time he ran away, this time he ran away again." Tang Zheng was very clear that the High Lord was not completely afraid of the power of the sun-shooting arrow. Although the sun-shooting arrow was a sacred weapon, with Tang Zheng's strength, it was not enough to truly threaten the High Lord. What he was afraid of was clearly Ji Wuxiang and Tang Zheng working together. With the sky chess and Tang Zheng attacking together, the power would naturally increase greatly, and even the High Lord would not dare to underestimate them. The other chess players were drenched in sweat, as if they had just been fished out of the water. Their stiff faces finally revealed a trace of relaxation. It was obvious that the battle just now was a huge test for them. "Young Master Tang, thank you for your timely arrival. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to see tomorrow's sunrise." Ji Wuxiang heaved a long sigh and expressed his gratitude. Tang Zheng shook his head slightly. "President Ji is too serious. Your sky chess is very powerful. Even if I did not come, it might not have been defeated." Ji Wuxiang smiled bitterly. "Young Master Tang, you only saw the surface but not the inside. Although it looked like we could still hold on, without your help, we definitely would not have been able to hold on for long." Tang Zheng frowned and asked, "Why didn't you say that the sky chess is very powerful?" The High Lord wanted to use the sky chess to deal with Tang Zheng and the others, including Empyrean Fairy and Tian Chanzi. It was clear that the sky chess was very powerful. How could it not be defeated by the High Lord? This did not make sense. Ji Wuxiang said resentfully, "You only know one part of the story, but you don't know the whole story. It's true that the heavenly chess is powerful, but we didn't unleash the true power of the heavenly chess just now. What we unleashed was only the tip of the iceberg. To unleash the true power of the heavenly chess, we need very complicated and strict conditions." "Oh, I'd like to hear more. What did President Ji mean by Fekta and Merak just now?" Tang Zheng asked curiously, staring at Ji Wuxiang with a burning gaze. Ji Wuxiang did not hesitate and said openly, "This is the sky chess's moves. Fekta and Merak represent each move. There are 7 moves in the sky chess, namely Dubhi, Merak, Fekta, Migrez, Alioth, Mizar, and Alcade. Every move had all kinds of internal connections and changes. Only those who practiced the game every day could master its mysteries and exert the corresponding power. I am the core of the sky chess. All the chess players listen to my orders to place their pieces and move so that they can use its great power. The power of the sky chess can be big or small. It can be limited to a courtyard, or it can be expanded to a city." Tang Zheng nodded, suddenly enlightened. "No wonder I didn't notice anything strange outside the Go Club just now. So many passers-by did not notice anything. However, once you enter the Go Club, it's a completely different scene, a completely different world. President Ji is truly a genius. Although I only saw the tip of the iceberg of the sky chess today, it has already left a deep impression on me. I believe the High Lord feels the same way. Young Master Tang, you flatter me. The sky chess is indeed powerful, but it's only a half-finished product now. The High Lord will definitely have designs on the sky chess. Although I stopped him once, I might not be able to stop him a second time. Don't be afraid of thieves stealing, but be afraid of thieves remembering. Ji Wuxiang said helplessly. Then why don't you seize the time to set up the sky chess? When the time comes, even if the High Lord comes to attack, he might not be able to get anything out of it. Tang Zheng disagreed. Ji Wuxiang fell silent, his expression fluctuating as he hesitated to speak. Tang Zheng looked at him with furrowed brows, saying, President Ji, if you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush. Ji Wuxiang stared at Tang Zheng without blinking for a long time before saying, Since young Master Tang is so straightforward, then I won't be shy anymore. I hope young Master Tang can lend me a hand and let the sky chess be truly completed. When the time comes, no matter how powerful the High Lord is, he won't be able to threaten us anymore. Tang Zheng did not expect Ji Wuxiang to raise such a suggestion. For a moment, he did not know how to answer. He had always been wary of Ji Wuxiang, and Ji Wuxiang's words clearly did not treat him as an outsider. If he helped Ji Wuxiang, then he would definitely have more opportunities to understand the sky chess. In fact, Tang Zheng was also quite interested in the sky chess. Ji Wuxiang made it sound so powerful, but Tang Zheng did not understand the principles behind it. If he had a grudge with Ji Wuxiang in the future, then wouldn't Ji Wuxiang also use the sky chess to deal with him? If he knew some of the key points and mysteries of the sky chess, then perhaps he could counter Ji Wuxiang. The most important thing was that he had Qi Yu and the inner demons in his body. These two were undoubtedly knowledgeable and insightful. Even if he could not find any clues, these two would definitely learn a lot and tell him. At that time, it would be equivalent to him knowing. The inner demons urged, Young man, agree to his request. This sky chess is very interesting. I would like to see what exactly is going on. Qi Yu coldly humphed and said with dissatisfaction, just deliberately mystifying. The inner demons retorted, Qi Yu, don't go against your conscience, just because you came to save him today. This sky chess is something neither you nor I have ever seen before. Don't you want to pry into its mysteries? Qi Yu was silent. The inner demons had spoken his mind. Ha, young man, you see, he has nothing to say. This means that he has no way to refute me. My opinion is to agree to his request and then figure out the mysteries of the sky chess. Perhaps you will be able to use the sky chess in the future. Wouldn't that be a good thing? There is no harm in learning more. This saying has been passed down since ancient times. Naturally, there is a reason for it. So be it. I would like to see what is so great about this sky chess. I don't want to see if it is just a trick to fool people in the end, Qi Yu said indignantly. Tang Zheng was silent for a long time. He had already made his decision. Since these two were in favor of this, then agreeing would definitely be more useful than refusing. Ji Wuxiang stared straight at Tang Zheng, waiting for his answer. Okay, I agree, but I don't know how to play the sky chess, so I may not be able to help you much. Tang Zheng said without batting an eyelid. Ji Wuxiang was immediately overjoyed. His eyes lit up as he impatiently said, Young Master Tang is too modest. With your help, this sky chess will definitely be completed sooner. At that time, you will be able to see the true face of the sky chess. Then I will wait and see. What do you want to do next? Tang Zheng smiled faintly. Ji Wuxiang turned his head and looked around. He pointed at the messy courtyard and said, I will first tidy up this place. Although the Go Club has been destroyed, the most important foundation is still here. So in a few days, we will be able to start setting up the sky chess. During this time, do you need my help? No need. How could I trouble young Master Tang with such a small matter? Tang Zheng nodded and glanced at the other Go players. They had once again turned into puppets, sitting quietly in front of the Go board and playing without any distractions. At this time, Tang Zheng no longer dared to underestimate these seemingly weak Go players. When they worked together, the power that burst forth was intimidating. Then I will take my leave first. If there is anything else, we will contact each other again. Tang Zheng cupped his hands and took his leave. Ji Wuxiang walked him to the door. When he opened the door of the Go Club, the clamor outside immediately traveled in. Just now, the inside of the Go Club was incomparably quiet, as if it was another world. Now that the door was opened, the two worlds seemed to merge into one. It was truly incomparably wonderful. Tang Zheng could not help but look forward to the coming cooperation even more. After leaving the Go Club, Tang Zheng asked Qi Yu and the inner demons if the great desolate aura was still there. Qi Yu said snappily, "Do you think the other party is an idiot? Since he has gotten rid of you, he will definitely think of a way to hide. Why would he still show his face?" Tang Zheng had also expected this result, but he could not guess who in the Ye family had been possessed. How could that be possible? There were so many people in the Ye family. That would be too difficult. Moreover, if he went to the Ye family again, it would be useless. He had already caused a ruckus in the Ye family. If he went again, it might cause some sort of disturbance, and instead it would cause Yi Qianlei's family to be in a dilemma. There are so many things that escaped from the prehistoric heavenly tomb, and we have only found a few of them. Could it be that you really have no other choice but to sit at home and wait? Tang Zheng asked unhappily. Qi Yu and the inner demons naturally sensed his displeasure and hurriedly comforted him. That might not be the case. If you go to the famous mountains or walk around the various cities, maybe we can find more of the great desolate aura. Tang Zheng rolled his eyes speechlessly. This is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Do you know that? Where do I have that much time? Qi Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he suggested, "Didn't you already take the Li Palace under your command?" Li Palace's eyes and ears are all over the world, and they are well informed. Let them gather abnormal information from all over the world, such as who suddenly became powerful, or what strange event that science cannot explain. This is a sign, and if we follow the map and identify the targets one by one, we will naturally be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Chapter 1042. Tang Zheng hurriedly dialed Li Xiaoyan's number. With a beep, she picked up the phone, and a pleasantly surprised voice came through. "Tang Zheng, it's you? How have you been?" "I'm very good. The Li Palace is already on the right track. Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. The intelligence system has already been restored 80 to 90%. When Granny Li left with her people, the intelligence system was damaged to a certain extent. However, Li Xiaoyan's ability was outstanding. It didn't take long for it to be restored. Moreover, she established a strict intelligence network that was more precise and accurate than before. It had to be said that her ability was truly outstanding. "I have something for you to do." Tang Zheng went straight to the point. Li Xiaotian was very happy. This showed her value, so she asked, "What is it?" "Give the order to collect all kinds of mysterious and strange events throughout the country." Tang Zheng finished explaining in detail. With Li Xiaoyan's intelligence, she immediately understood and said, "Don't worry, I will give the order and report it back to you as soon as possible. Don't be too anxious. This is not something that can be done in a short period of time." Tang Zheng comforted her. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "You are alone in the Li Palace. Take care of yourself. Don't tire yourself out." This sentence was more effective than any elixir. Li Xiaotian was very happy. She kept shaking her head and said, "I'm not tired. I'm willing to do anything for you." Cough, cough. Tang Zheng dryly coughed and said a few perfunctory words before quickly hanging up the phone. He could guess a bit of Li Xiaoyan's thoughts, but he didn't want to think too much about it. Tang Zheng returned to his house and saw two familiar figures in the courtyard. He hurriedly went up and greeted them cordially. "Uncle Yi, Aunt Feng, why are you here?" Yi Qianlei's face was dignified. He looked deeply at Tang Zheng and didn't say a word. Feng Xinyang's expression was normal. She looked at Tang Zheng with a smile and said, "Little handsome brother, where did you go this time?" "I went out of town yesterday and just came back. It's been hard on you, running around everywhere. I heard you went back to school?" "Yes, this is Grandpa's wish." "You really are a filial and good child." Feng Xinyang looked at him with a smile. The look in her eyes was more doting than when she looked at her own son. Tang Zheng had long been accustomed to Feng Xinyang's style of doing things. He understood that they wouldn't visit him without a reason, so he went straight to the point and asked, "Is there something wrong?" Feng Xinyang laughed heartily and patted Yi Qianlei's shoulder, saying, "Isn't it your Uncle Yi who insisted on dragging me here? In fact, that matter has nothing to do with him. He's just a dog catching a mouse and meddling in other people's business. People don't even appreciate his kindness." Tang Zheng looked suspiciously at Yi Tianlei and said, "Uncle Yi, if there's something, then just say it. You're being too polite with me. That's treating me like an outsider." Yi Tianlei let out a long sigh and said, "All right then, I'll just say it. Today I heard news that you went to the Yi residence to cause a ruckus. Is that true?" Tang Zheng nodded. "Yes. Can I ask the reason?" Yi Tianlei's brows were tangled. Tang Zheng looked at him thoughtfully and instantly understood the purpose of his trip. Yi Tianlei was actually a truly good person. Even though he had broken off relations with the Yi residents, he still missed the Yi residents deep in his heart. He couldn't be as resolute as Feng Xinyang and Yi Dingdang. Therefore, he had always been silently paying attention to the Yi residents' movements. Today, Tang Zheng caused such a big ruckus that it naturally couldn't escape his eyes. That's why he came to ask Tang Zheng. This wasn't a punitive expedition, but to clarify the reason and see if he could mediate. Tang Zheng smiled and said, "Since Uncle Yi asked, then I will naturally tell you everything I know and will not hold back. Back then, there was a prehistoric heavenly tomb in the 10,000 huge mountains. Because the restrictions were broken, many creatures and magic treasures escaped. In the past, I never paid attention to it, but now I find out that these things that escaped are quite dangerous and are good at seizing bodies and rebirth. In other words, they occupy other people's bodies, and with a shake of their bodies, they become living people again. These guys all came from the ancient era and are very powerful. Once they are allowed to truly recover and grow stronger, they will be a huge threat to this world." Yi Tianlei and Feng Xinyang were both shocked. They never thought that there would be so many hidden matters and immediately asked, "Then what does this have to do with the Yi residents?" "These things that escaped will emit a desolate aura. I finally found the whereabouts of this desolate aura in the Yi residence, so I barged into the Yi residence to investigate." Tang Zheng explained. Yi Tianlei suddenly realized and said thoughtfully, "You mean that someone in the Yi residence has been possessed?" "Yes." "Who is it?" Tang Zheng shook his head regretfully. "The other party is very cunning, and because of Yi Xuanji and Yi Ke's obstruction, I was unable to find out who was possessed, and the other party has already escaped without a trace, so it will be even more difficult to track them down." Feng Xinyang frowned. "Then this guy is really cunning to be able to escape your pursuit. Are you eager to know the result?" "Of course. Could it be that Aunt Feng has a way?" Feng Xinyang pointed at Yi Tianlei and said, "Although he doesn't have much ability, investigating a person in the Yi residence shouldn't be a big problem. According to what you said, after this person has been possessed, his behavior will be very abnormal. Even if the other party hides well, There will still be clues, especially with the people who normally interact with each other. Don't you think so? Tang Zheng's head lit up, and he looked at Feng Xinyang in pleasant surprise and said, Aunt Feng is wise. Feng Xinyang laughed loudly. What wise idea do I have? It's just a small matter. Saying this, her arm touched Yi Tianlei and said, Don't you think so? This small matter must be done immediately when we go back, and we must find out who was possessed in the shortest time possible. Yi Tianlei nodded his head, and after a long time he said, Little Zheng, you are our family's benefactor, so I will naturally take care of this small matter. But if it involves a specific person, what are you going to do? Tang Zheng raised his eyebrows and asked, Does Uncle Yi have any misgivings? Little Zheng, I am, after all, someone from the Ye family, so if it involves a specific person, I hope that you will be able to deal with it at your discretion. Yi Tianlei said hesitantly. Feng Xinyang heard this and directly jumped up. Yi Tianlei, what's wrong with you? How did the Ye family treat us? Did you not see it? Now you are saying good things for them. Are you a pig? So stupid. Feng Xinyang was greatly angered and was flustered and exasperated. Seeing this, Tang Zheng hurriedly comforted her. Aunt Feng, don't be impatient. Uncle Yi is a righteous person, so of course I understand what he is thinking. Only, Uncle Yi, although I am of the younger generation, there are some things that I must say. Although your intentions are good, the other party may not accept your kindness. Yi Tianlei's face became embarrassed. Tang Zheng did not stop there, and instead continued to say, This matter is of great importance, so no matter who is involved, I will not back down. I must find this person. Also, this person has already been possessed, so the original person is already dead. This body is occupied by someone else, and is not someone from the Ye family. Little handsome brother, don't listen to his nonsense. He is soft-hearted and will never change. Feng Xinyang said, without good feelings. Tang Zheng smiled and said, Uncle Yi is a kind person, so he has this kind of thinking. This is better than many vicious and merciless people. Feng Xinyang's lips slightly raised, and she smiled, her face brimming with happiness. Little handsome brother, do you know why I chose him that year? Why? Tang Zheng gossiped and asked. Feng Xinyang glanced at Yi Tianlei. It's because of his stupidity that he moves people's hearts more than other smart people. Tang Zheng laughed loudly. That's right, so Uncle Ye's starting point is good. Uncle Yi, I will leave this matter to you. Find out who has been acting strangely. Then we will know who the enemy is. When the time comes, it will be easy to deal with. There is no need to implicate the entire Ye family. What do you say? Yi Tianlei looked pensive. What you say makes sense. The way of the world is becoming more and more complicated. I can't see through it at all. Uncle Yi is too modest. If Uncle Yi and Aunt Feng are in the mood for leisure, once this matter is over, I will invite you to an island for a vacation. The scenery there is beautiful, and there is no smog like the capital. It can be used to relax. Tang Zheng suggested. Feng Xinyang happily agreed. Little handsome brother, you are the one with the heart, unlike this guy. I have been with him for most of my life, but he doesn't know how to take me on a vacation. I have heard Ding Dang mention your island before. I have wanted to go for a long time. Good, then it's a deal. Little handsome brother, let's go over there. I have something to say to you. Feng Xinyang pulled Tang Zheng to the side. What can't you say in front of me? Yi Tianlei speechlessly rolled his eyes. Feng Xinyang glanced at him and said, This is a private conversation between me and little handsome brother. You don't need to know. Go to the side. After saying this, she pulled Tang Zheng to a secluded area. Tang Zheng curiously looked at her and asked, Aunt Feng, what is it that has to be so grand? Feng Xinyang looked at Tang Zheng. The more she looked, the more satisfied she was. When he was still a high school student, she had already set her mind on him. Now, it seems that her vision was truly unique. If it wasn't for her constant perseverance and encouragement, perhaps that silly daughter of hers would have already had no fate with him. As for the unclear relationship between Tang Zheng and other women, she was very clear about it. However, what kind of person was she? How could she let her daughter withdraw because of such a small matter? On the contrary, she would encourage her daughter to compete even more. Only a truly outstanding man would be able to attract the attention of so many women. Feng Xinyang's daughter had never been afraid of challenges and competition. Bravely moving forward was the style she should have. However, ever since the last time she let Yi Dingdang return home and had a long talk with her, Feng Xinyang also realized that her daughter was facing a crisis. The most important thing was that the women by Tang Zheng's side were too outstanding, not to mention Wu and Li Xiaotian. These two were originally experts of Li Palace and martial organization. She had to admit that they were stronger than Yi Dingdang. Chapter 1043. Seeing that Feng Xinyang was staring at him, Tang Zheng thought that something big was going on. He quickly restrained his expression and became serious. "Little handsome brother, how are things going with you and Dingdang?" Tang Zheng was greatly embarrassed. Why would she ask such a question? If it was someone else, he could refuse to answer. However, the other party was Feng Xinyang. He simply could not refuse. After thinking for a while, he said, "We're pretty good." "Pretty good? Why did I hear that she has some conflicts with that princess?" And Tang Zheng's eyes widened as he thought to himself, "You even know this?" Feng Xinyang gave him a look that said, "I've already seen through everything. Don't lie to me." She continued, "Dingdang is an impatient girl. She doesn't know how to beat around the bush. If she does anything wrong, you have to bear with her." Tang Zheng nodded his head like he was pounding garlic. "Aunt Feng, don't worry. Dingdang is very sensible." Feng Xinyang's mouth finally revealed a trace of a smile and said, "If that's the case, then I can rest assured. Some things should be settled as soon as possible. You young people are impatient. I still have to worry about these things for you." Tang Zheng was confused and looked at her blankly. Feng Xinyang coughed and said in an earth-shattering manner, "Since both of you are in love with each other, and we as your parents don't have any opinions, we really want to see both of you together. So let's find an auspicious day." "Aunt Feng, what do you mean?" The more Tang Zheng listened, the more he felt that something was wrong, especially when he heard the words, "auspicious day." He immediately thought of the beating of gongs and drums to welcome the bride, so he immediately interrupted her. Feng Xinyang smiled and said, "Isn't this for your own good? Find an auspicious date, and you two can get engaged. Then after you graduate, you can get married. Isn't this a wonderful thing?" Tang Zheng was dumbfounded. His mouth opened, so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed in it. He looked at Feng Xinyang in disbelief. He never expected that she was here to urge him to get married. Feng Xinyang's actions had always been unpredictable, but Tang Zheng had never thought that she would actually come to urge him to get married. This was too fierce. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Feng Xinyang urged, "Little handsome boy, I know you're shy, but you're an adult. What's there to be shy about? I'll take care of it for you. You don't have to worry at all." "Wait, Aunt Feng!" Tang Zheng hurriedly shouted. "Aunt Feng, don't be hasty in this matter. Dingdang and I are still students. This will have a bad influence." Feng Xinyang didn't find it strange and said, "What does it matter? Nowadays, there are even college students who have children. It's just an engagement." Tang Zheng coughed a few times and almost choked on his own saliva. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "Aunt Feng, I know you're good to me, but I'm really not mentally prepared. Let's wait a little longer." Feng Xinyang's smile gradually disappeared. She stared at Tang Zheng and seriously said, "Little handsome boy, are you dissatisfied with Ding Dang?" "Absolutely not." Tang Zheng shook his head like a rattle drum. "Since you're not dissatisfied, then all the more you have to be together. You have to be together in a legitimate manner," Feng Xinyang said. "Aunt Feng, this matter is really too urgent." Seeing Tang Zheng continue to evade, Feng Xinyang knew that if she continued to push things, things would become worse. She resentfully said, "Fine, but when you graduate, I'll look for you again. At that time, you can't use your age as an excuse. But, I can accept it if you give me a little grandson in the next few years." Tang Zheng's legs went soft, and he almost fell to the ground. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at her. "Is Ding Dang your biological daughter? How could you cheat your own daughter like this?" However, when it came to giving birth, he became vigilant. He didn't use any safety measures, and the women didn't fall for it. This was a great fortune. He couldn't be so willful in the future. Tang Zheng found an excuse to escape. He was afraid that she would say something shocking. Feng Xinyang looked at his receding figure and helplessly shook her head. She had to think of another way to deal with this matter slowly. Suddenly, he had an idea and looked at the villa beside him. "That's right. How could I be so stupid? Taking care of the little handsome brother is not easy, but I can first take care of the old Gramps. When the time comes that the old Gramps will acknowledge Ding Dong's identity and position, then wouldn't everything be set in stone?" Her eyes lit up. She pulled Yi Tianlei and rushed to the villa beside her. Tang Zheng let out a long sigh of relief. Feng Xinyang's vigor was beyond his imagination. Looking at his frightened face, Marshall walked over and asked, "What happened to you?" Tang Zheng squeezed out a smile and said, "It's nothing." Nana jumped from the second floor like a little swallow and directly flew into his arms. She said intimately, "Big brother, quickly take me to play. I have to go to school in a few days. At that time, I won't have time to play with Big brother." Nana was about to go to primary school and had already contacted the school. Therefore, this was her last time to play. Tang Zheng moved his head and said, "All right, let's go outside and play. Big brother is going to set up a formation. You can watch from the side, okay?" "What is a formation?" Nana tilted her head and asked curiously. "Nana is still young. She will know when she grows up." "Oh," Nan replied, a little disappointed. Marshall asked curiously, "What kind of formation are you going to set up?" Tang Zheng pointed to the large area outside and said, "These buildings are all inhabited by our people. For safety reasons, I am going to set up a formation. In addition, the smog in the capital is so serious. I also plan to add a spirit gathering array to improve the air here." Marshall nodded happily. "That's a good idea. I'll take a look with you and broaden my horizons." Tang Zheng originally only planned to set up a spirit gathering array to improve the air, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was far from enough. This place had been attacked time and time again. If there was a defensive formation, once the formation was activated, it would be able to protect everyone as if an external enemy had invaded. Although he did not know many formations, he could not beat the inner demons and Chi-Yu. These two people had countless formations in their minds, so any one of them would be enough. The few of them arrived outside the villa and walked around a few villas. Then he had an idea in his heart. "Chi-Yu, if the great heavenly cycle primordial array is not as powerful as you say, I will look for you to settle the score." Tang Zheng said. Chi-Yu seemed to have been greatly insulted as he indignantly said, "Tang Zheng, it's fine if you don't know anything, but you actually dare to look down on my great heavenly cycle primordial array. Do you know that my camp was set up with this array? No enemy can quietly break through the array. Tang Zheng smiled and did not refute, waiting to see how it would turn out. The inner demons did not refute this time. Instead, they helped Qi Yu and said, "I'll say something fair. This great heavenly cycle primordial array is indeed a first-class formation." Qi Yu did not exaggerate. "Humph, inner demons, you're finally willing to speak the truth for once," Qi Yu said. The inner demons retorted, "When have I ever not spoken the truth?" Nana looked carefully. Tang Zheng took out a piece of jade and flicked it with his finger. Whoosh! The jade stone flew out and entered a bush, disappearing without a trace. "Big brother, is this how you set up a formation?" Tang Zheng smiled and nodded his head. The formation is a very complicated system, and in order to have the corresponding function, one must have the support of energy. These jade stones contain a certain amount of energy, and when we set up these jade stones according to a certain position and location, once the formation is activated, it will be able to play the corresponding role. But setting up a formation is a very delicate job. Especially the more complicated the formation is, the more it requires that there is not the slightest mistake. Otherwise, the formation will not succeed. Nana nodded her head as if she understood. She clenched her snow-white teeth as if she wanted to firmly remember these words in her heart. Marshall also thoughtfully remembered everything. She was a martial artist and could not set up a formation like Tang Zheng. Moreover, her interest in formations was far weaker than her interest in martial arts. She believed that the best defense was offense, and no matter how powerful a formation was, it was still a defensive line. Just looking at Tang Zheng's serious expression, the sunlight falling on his body, giving him a very enchanting feeling. "Big brother, can I try?" Suddenly, Nana asked restlessly. Tang Zheng muttered to himself for a moment, then placed a jade stone in her hand and said, "Nana, put the jade stone in that place." Looking at the direction Tang Zheng pointed at, Nana held her breath and silently circulated her energy. Imitating Tang Zheng, she flicked her finger. Whoosh! The jade stone turned into a ray of white light and flew into the target area. "Wow, I also succeeded. Big brother, do you think I did well?" Nana excitedly jumped up. Tang Zheng nodded his head in approval, patted her little head, and praised. "Nana is very smart. You can do it as soon as I say it." He had to admit that Nana was already a world of difference compared to other children of the same age. Just that move just now, no matter if it was strength or angle, it could be considered beautiful. Suddenly, he had an idea and said, "Nana, when you go to school, you can't show these skills in front of other people. Otherwise, you will scare the other children." Nana seemed to understand, but not understand. She looked up at Tang Zheng and said, "Why?" "Because you are stronger than them. We can't use these skills to bully the weak. Do you understand?" Nana thought for a moment and said, "Is it like the heroes on TV? We have to help the weak, so we can't bully the weak?" Tang Zheng laughed. "Nana is very smart. You even learned the phrase, help the weak and help the strong. And we are not afraid of danger or the strong, but we can't use the strong to bully the weak." Nana nodded her head. "Nana understands. I will definitely remember Big Brother's words." Tang Zheng unhurriedly completed the rest of the work. All of the jade stones were inserted into the corresponding locations. He stood in the middle of the array and activated his true qi, circulating his power. His 10 fingers slightly bent and coincidentally flicked open at the same time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 streams of true qi burst out from his fingers and entered 10 different directions at the same time. Hua. Chapter 1044. Vice Principal Pang's face turned red as he roared. "You're Tang Zheng, right? Not only did you disregard the law, but you also dared to talk back to me. As the vice principal, I can tell you right now that Yenqing University doesn't need students like you. Tang Zheng sneered. Is that so? Yes. Yenqing University doesn't need students like you who disregard the law and respect their elders. You can just wait to be expelled. Vice Principal Pang's voice was getting louder and louder. It was even a little shrill. It seemed that this was the only way to show off his authority. I also hit someone. You can expel me too. Fang Shishir stepped forward and stood beside Tang Zheng. Her face was full of anger. Seeing her beloved being wronged, one could imagine the anger in her heart. I also hit someone. Expel me if you have the guts. If you don't, you're a coward. Yi Dingdong's small face was red from anger. She wanted nothing more than to punch Vice Principal Pang in the face. Vice Principal Pang was dazzled by the two beauties who stepped forward. They were simply too beautiful. If it were any other time, he would definitely hold their hands and teach them with all his heart and soul. However, Yi Dingdong's clamor made him feel embarrassed. If he didn't expel them, he would be a coward. He didn't want to be called a coward on his first day as a new official. He was about to passionately reprimand them and make them realize their mistake. However, a person suddenly appeared from the crowd. His body was as tall as a mountain. He shouted angrily, I also hit someone. You can expel me too. Tang Zheng turned his head to look, so it was the dorm's second brother, Do Long Sinosaurus, and the others were also welcoming the new students. When they heard the commotion, they ran over and happened to see this scene. Blood rushed to his head, and he didn't hesitate to stand up for his brother. Vice Principal Pang looked at Sinosaurus in surprise. You clearly squeezed in from the back. How could you be the one who hit someone? Before he could figure out the situation, he saw two people squeezing in. Wang Shiji and Zhou Yin had a tacit understanding and said in unison, I also hit someone, you should fire me too. Vice Principal Pang's face darkened. He finally understood that these people were in cahoots with Tang Zheng. They were here to kick up a fuss and embarrass him. Who was Vice Principal Pang? How could such a scene scare him? Therefore, he said in a deep voice, all right, since you've admitted it, then wait for the school's punishment. Yenqing University doesn't need students like you. As soon as his voice fell, a few more people squeezed in, but they were all beautiful girls. Each of them was like a fearless warrior, standing behind Tang Zheng without hesitation, and said in a loud and resonant voice, I also hit people, you should fire me too. Tang Zheng looked at them gratefully. They were Yi Dingdong's roommates. The few of them nodded encouragingly at Tang Zheng. His actions today had truly won their respect and recognition. Vice Principal Pang was at a loss. Just who was this brat? Why did so many people stand out for him? Humph, these people must be in cahoots. That's why they're so united. If it was anyone else, they would definitely admit defeat. But I've seen all kinds of storms. You guys are too inexperienced to play such tricks in front of me. Vice Principal Pang snorted in disdain. All right, since that's the case, then I'll fulfill your wishes. Vice Principal Pang roared majestically. He felt like an ancient emperor who ruled over the life and death of others. This feeling was extremely satisfying. The other students looked at each other with red eyes. Even the girls stood out for injustice. Could it be that they, as grown men, were not as brave as the girls? One by one, the students clenched their fists. Suddenly, a person took a few steps forward and stood behind Tang Zheng. He said fearlessly, I also hit people. You should fire me too. Vice Principal Pang was stunned as he stared at this fearless fellow with a murderous gaze. He thought to himself, I'll fulfill your wishes. But before he could say anything, he saw students one by one walk behind Tang Zheng, loudly shouting, I also hit people. You should also expel me. The crowd was stirred up, and their voices rose and fell one after another. This was the most sincere expression of a student's emotions, and instinctive support, but often many people would snort in disdain, but seeing over 100 people working together to support Tang Zheng, one would know who was right and who was wrong, and what the people's hearts were. When the new students reported in, there were many parents accompanying them. When they saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel excited. It was as if they had returned to the time when they were young and full of vigor. The edges and corners that had been worn away by life over the years seemed to have grown back. With a red face, they said to their children, "Do you see that? This is the spirit of the university." Many of the new students were boiling with passion as they threw down their suitcases and rushed behind Tang Zheng. They shouted, "I also hit people. You should fire me too." When the parents saw their children's actions, not only did they not blame them, they even revealed gratified expressions. Most of the people in Xia had such genes and blood hidden in their bones. They just needed an opportunity to trigger it. There was no doubt that this accidental incident had become a trigger, arousing their long-hidden hot blood. Vice Principal Pang stared at the scene in disbelief, as if he had been struck dumb. He never expected that the students would be so united. This kind of strength made his heart tremble as he felt a long-lost fear. However, he immediately suppressed this absurd thought. His face darkened, and he thought to himself, fanning the flames, "These students can't be allowed to stay. The law doesn't punish the majority of the people. As long as I tell them the pros and cons, these people will naturally know to be afraid." But he couldn't see the people behind him due to the dense crowd, so his voice couldn't be heard. Suddenly, he had an idea as he saw the Mercedes-Benz. He quickly climbed on top of the car and looked down at the crowd. He waved his hand and shouted, "Quiet! Everyone quiet! Listen to me. I know that most of you are good students, so don't be bewitched by a bad student. This is irresponsible to you and your parents. Everyone disperse. We weren't bewitched by others. We have our own judgment and sense of right and wrong. We're doing this to be responsible to ourselves and our parents." Someone refuted, "That's right. I'm the master of my life. It's not up to you to tell me what to do. Get lost. Our Yenqing University doesn't need a leader like you. That's right. This kind of leader is the shame of Yenqing University. He's helping outsiders to suppress his own students. How shameless." Vice Principal Pang panicked when he heard the complaints. Things seemed to be out of his control and prediction. "What right do you have to be so high and mighty? What right do you have to tell us what to do? You're nothing. You don't have the right." The students were even angrier when they saw him looking down on them. Suddenly, a loud and clear voice sounded. "Rise up, people who don't want to be slaves." The voice completely ignited everyone's emotions. It was as if they had returned to the Xia era, when they were bullied. Everyone's eyes were red, and they looked at Vice Principal Pang as if he was an invader. "Rise up! Rise up! Rise up! We're united, braving the enemy's gunfire. Advance! 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 Advance!" The voice seemed to come from the chest and the heart. It was filled with endless power. It made people's blood boil and tears brim in their eyes. When the last 3 lines of advance were sung, all the students took a step forward in unison. The uniform footsteps were like the sound of iron hooves stomping on Vice Principal Pang's heart. It made his heartstrings tremble, and his face turned pale. The few Koreans were completely scared silly. This earth-shattering aura and grand and resonant singing made them see the spirit of the Chinese people, the Chinese soul that made people tremble at the mere mention of the name. Park Sherhoon couldn't care less about his pain. He rolled and crawled into the car and didn't dare to show his face. The arrogance from before was gone. What was left was deep shock and fear. The few of them curled up together and looked at each other, trembling. Vice Principal Pang's face turned pale. He didn't expect the students in China to be so powerful. Listening to the deafening voice, he felt as if thousands of knives were falling on his head. He suddenly had an ominous feeling. It seemed that things weren't as simple as he thought. Looking at the high and mighty Vice Principal Pang, the students' emotions reached a peak. One of them shouted, "Do you think you're superior just because you're standing so high? And those Koreans, do you think everything will be fine after they hide in the car? Smash the car and drag them out." Everyone echoed, "Yes, smash their car and drag them out. Let's see how they can still be so high and mighty." About 100 people rushed toward the two luxury cars. Bang! Everyone picked up the tools they had and smashed them on the car. The glass shattered and the car was dented. In a short while, it looked like the surface of the moon. Vice Principal Pang stood on the roof of the car. He was still in shock. He felt like he was a small boat in the middle of the ocean. He could be overturned by the waves at any time and be smashed to pieces. At this time, he didn't have the energy to rebuke. Even the security guards were scared. They kept retreating and didn't dare to stop them. Vice Principal Pang scrambled down from the roof of the car and hid among the security guards. He trembled as he looked at the scene. He was angry and scared. "Come out! Are you a coward? Hiding in the car?" Park Sherhoon and the rest hid in the car. They didn't dare to come out. "If they don't come out, drag them out and smash the car door." Bang! 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 The sound of knocking on the car door was like knocking on their hearts. They were terrified to the extreme. They curled up in a ball. Without a doubt, this would be a nightmare that would accompany them for the rest of their lives. "I'll do it." Chapter 1045. Seeing that Feng Xinyang was staring at him, Tang Zheng thought that something big had happened. He quickly restrained his expression and became serious. "Little handsome brother, how are things going between you and Ding Dang?" Tang Zheng was greatly embarrassed. Why would she ask such a question? If it was someone else, he could refuse to answer. However, the other party was Feng Xinyang. He simply could not refuse. After thinking for a while, he said, "We're pretty good." "Pretty good? Why did I hear that she has some conflicts with that princess?" And Tang Zheng's eyes widened as he said in his heart, "You even know this?" Feng Xinyang gave him a look that said, "I've already seen through everything. Don't lie to me." She continued, "Ding Dang is an impatient girl. She doesn't know how to beat around the bush. If she does anything wrong, you have to bear with her." Tang Zheng nodded his head like he was pounding garlic. "Aunt Feng, don't worry. Ding Dang is very sensible." Feng Xinyang's mouth finally revealed a trace of a smile and said, "If that's the case, then I can rest assured. Some things should be settled as soon as possible. You young people are impatient. I still have to worry about these things for you." Tang Zheng was confused. He looked at her blankly. Feng Xinyang coughed and said in an earth-shattering manner, "Since you two are in love with each other, we as your parents have no objections. We are very willing to see you two truly come together. So, find an auspicious date. Aunt Feng, what do you mean?" The more Tang Zheng listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. Especially when he heard the words auspicious date, he immediately associated it with the beating of gongs and drums to welcome the bride. He immediately interrupted her. Feng Xinyang smiled and said, "Isn't this for your own good? Find an auspicious date, and you two can get engaged. Then after you graduate, you can get married. Isn't this a wonderful thing?" Tang Zheng was dumbfounded. His mouth opened so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed in it. He looked at Feng Xinyang in disbelief. He never expected that she was here to urge him to get married. Feng Xinyang's actions had always been unpredictable, but Tang Zheng had never thought that she would actually come to urge him to get married. This was too fierce. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Feng Xinyang urged, "Little handsome boy, I know you're shy, but you're an adult. What's there to be shy about? I'll take care of it for you. You don't have to worry at all." "Wait, Aunt Feng!" Tang Zheng hurriedly shouted. "Aunt Feng, don't be hasty in this matter. Ding Dang and I are still students. This will have a bad influence." Feng Xinyang didn't find it strange and said, "What does this matter? Nowadays there are even university students who have children. It's just an engagement." Tang Zheng coughed a few times and almost choked on his own saliva. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "Aunt Feng, I know you're good to me, but I really wasn't mentally prepared. Let's wait a little longer." Feng Xinyang's smile gradually disappeared. She stared at Tang Zheng and seriously said, "Little handsome boy, are you dissatisfied with Ding Dang?" "Absolutely not." Tang Zheng shook his head like a rattle drum. "Since you are not dissatisfied, then all the more reason we should be together. We should be together in a proper manner." Feng Xinyang made the final decision. "Aunt Feng, this matter is too urgent." Seeing Tang Zheng continue to evade, Feng Xinyang knew that if she continued to push things would get worse. She resentfully said, "Fine, but after you graduate, I'll look for you again. At that time, you can't use your age as an excuse. But, hey, if you guys give me a little grandson in the next few years, then I can accept it." Tang Zheng's legs went soft, and he almost fell to the ground. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at her. "Is Yi Ding Dang your biological daughter? How could you cheat your daughter like this?" However, when it came to giving birth, he became vigilant. He didn't use any safety measures, and none of the women were pregnant. This was a great fortune. He couldn't be so willful in the future. Tang Zheng found an excuse and fled. He was afraid that she would say something shocking. Feng Xinyang looked at his receding figure and helplessly shook her head. She had to think of another way to deal with this matter slowly. Suddenly, he had an idea and looked at the villa beside him. "That's right. How could I be so stupid? Taking care of the little handsome brother is not easy, but I can first take care of the old Gramps. When the time comes that the old Gramps will acknowledge Ding Dong's identity and position, then wouldn't everything be set in stone?" Her eyes lit up as she pulled Yi Tianlei and rushed to the villa. Tang Zheng let out a long sigh of relief. Feng Xinyang's fierceness was beyond his imagination. Looking at his frightened expression, Marshall walked over and asked, "What happened to you?" Tang Zheng squeezed out a smile and said that he was fine. Nana jumped from the second floor like a little swallow and threw herself into his arms. She affectionately said, "Brother, quickly take me out to play. In a few days, I will have to go to school. At that time, I won't have time to play with brother." Nana was about to go to primary school. She had already contacted the school, so this was her last time to play. Tang Zheng moved his head and said, "All right, let's go outside to play. Brother wants to set up a formation. You can watch from the side, okay?" "What is a formation?" Nana tilted her head and asked. Nana is still young. When she grows up, she will naturally know. Nana made an sound and was a little disappointed. Marshall curiously asked, "What kind of formation are you going to set up?" Tang Zheng pointed to the large area outside and said, "These buildings are inhabited by our people. For safety reasons, I am going to set up a formation. In addition, the smog in the capital is so serious. I plan to add a spirit gathering formation to improve the air here." Marshall happily nodded. "This method is not bad. I will also take a look with you and broaden my horizons." Tang Zheng originally only planned to set up a spirit gathering formation to improve the air, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was far from enough. This place had been attacked time and time again. If there was a defensive formation, once the formation was activated, it would be able to protect everyone as if an external enemy had invaded. Although he did not know many formations, he could not beat the inner demons and Chiyu. These two people had countless formations in their minds, so any one of them would be enough. The few of them arrived outside the villa and walked around a few villas. Then he had an idea in his heart. Chiyu, if the great heavenly cycle primordial formation is not as powerful as you say, I will find you to settle the score. Tang Zheng said. Chiyu seemed to have been greatly insulted as he indignantly said, Tang Zheng, it's fine if you don't know anything, but you actually dare to look down on my great heavenly cycle primordial formation. Do you know that my camp was set up with this formation? No enemy can quietly break through the formation. Tang Zheng smiled and did not refute, waiting to see how it would turn out. The inner demons did not refute this time. Instead, they helped Chiyu and said, I will say something fair. This great heavenly cycle primordial formation is indeed a first-class formation. Chiyu was not exaggerating. Humph, inner demons, you are finally willing to speak the truth for once. Chiyu said. The inner demons retorted, When have I not spoken the truth? Nana, look carefully. Tang Zheng took out a piece of jade and flicked it with his finger. Whoosh! The jade flew out and sank into a bush, disappearing without a trace. Big brother, is this how you set up a formation? Tang Zheng smiled and nodded his head. The formation is a very complicated system, and to have the corresponding function, one must have the support of energy. These jade stones contain a certain amount of energy, and when we place these jade stones according to a certain position and location, once the formation is activated, it will be able to play the corresponding role. But setting up a formation is a very delicate job. Especially the more complicated the formation is, the more it requires that there is not the slightest mistake. Otherwise, the formation will not succeed. Nana nodded her head as if she understood. She clenched her snow-white teeth as if she wanted to firmly remember these words in her heart. Marshall also thoughtfully remembered everything. She was a martial artist and could not set up a formation like Tang Zheng. Moreover, her interest in formations was far weaker than her interest in martial arts. She believed that the best defense was offense, and no matter how strong a formation was, it was still a defensive line. Just looking at Tang Zheng's serious expression, the sunlight falling on his body, glowing, and giving off a very enchanting feeling. Big brother, can I give it a try? Suddenly, Nana eagerly asked. Tang Zheng pondered for a moment, then handed a jade stone to her hand and said, Nana, put the jade stone in that place. Looking at the direction Tang Zheng pointed at, Nana held her breath and silently circulated her energy. Imitating Tang Zheng, she flicked her finger. Whoosh! The jade stone turned into a ray of white light and flew into the target area. Wow, I also succeeded. Big brother, do you think I did well? Nana excitedly jumped up. Tang Zheng nodded his head in approval, patted her little head, and praised. Nana is very smart. You can do it as soon as I say it. He had to admit that Nana and other children of the same age were already worlds apart. Just that move of hers, whether it was strength or angle, could be considered beautiful. Suddenly, he had an idea and said, Nana, when you go to school, you can't show these skills in front of other people. Otherwise, you will scare the other children. Nana seemed to understand, but not fully. She looked up at Tang Zheng and said, Why? Because you are stronger than them. We can't use these skills to bully the weak. Do you understand? Nana thought for a moment and said, Is it like the heroes on TV? We have to help the weak, so we can't bully the weak? Tang Zheng laughed. Nana is very smart. You even learn the words, help the weak. And we are not afraid of danger or the strong, but we can't bully the weak. Nana nodded her head. Nana understands. I will definitely remember Big Brother's words. Tang Zheng unhurriedly completed the rest of the work. All of the jade stones were inserted into the corresponding locations. He stood in the middle of the array and urged his qi, circulated his martial arts, and his 10 fingers slightly bent, as if by prior agreement, he flicked them open. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 streams of true qi burst out from his fingers and entered 10 different directions at the same time. Hua. Chapter 1046. The aura of the heavens and earth instantly changed, and the foul air in the air quickly melted away. A vortex appeared in the sky, and the vast and mighty spirit qi fell from the center of the vortex, directly fusing into the huge light shield. Wu took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Wow, the air is so fresh." Nana also hurriedly nodded and said, "This feels so comfortable. The sun doesn't seem so hot anymore." A cool breeze blew over. This feeling was especially obvious. It was as if they had come to another world. It was completely different from the scorching heat from before. Tang Zheng did not expect the effect to be so good. This great heavenly cycle primordial array also had a spirit gathering array. The 2 arrays perfectly merged into one. This kind of ability was not something an ordinary person could do. It was only under Qi Yu's guidance that Tang Zheng was able to do it so easily. Tang Zheng, what do you think? I didn't lie to you, right? My great heavenly cycle primordial array is not something an ordinary array can compare to. Qi Yu proudly said, "This is only on the surface. As for how strong its defensive power is, it still needs to be tested." Although Tang Zheng already believed Qi Yu's words, he could not help but strike a blow. Towards Qi Yu, he could not wantonly praise him. Otherwise, his tail would rise to the sky. Qi Yu heavily snorted a few times, but there was nothing he could do about it. When the others saw this scene, they all walked out of the house and suspiciously looked up. The light barrier and whirlpool in the sky had already become very faint. If one did not focus, they would not be able to see it clearly. Moreover, it was still becoming fainter. Everyone looked at Tang Zheng. Without a doubt, this scene was most likely caused by him. "Everyone, don't panic. I only set up a large array." Tang Zheng loudly explained. The people living here were all his own people, so he did not need to worry about speaking. Wu Junshan curiously asked, "What is the use of this array?" "It improves the air in this area and protects everyone." You don't say? The air has really become fresh. It's like being in a mountain forest." Feng Xinyang took a deep breath and exclaimed. The others also noticed this, and their faces were full of surprise. This is only the beginning. The longer this formation operates, the better the air quality here will become, and it won't be affected by the outside world. Sai, the air quality in the capital is really bad. When will it be like here? Yi Tianlei sighed with disappointment and frustration. Feng Xinyang glared at him and said, "You're the only one who cares about the country and the people." Tang Zheng smiled and said, "Uncle Yi, don't worry. In the near future, our air quality will become the same as in ancient times. No matter where we go, it will be like being in a mountain forest." He believed that the Tree of Life could do this. "I hope I can see it in my lifetime," Yi Tianlei said. Lan Yu retracted her gaze. The strange phenomenon in the sky had completely disappeared. The clouds were calm, as if nothing had happened. She asked, "You said that this formation can protect everyone, so it has a defensive ability. How strong is its defensive ability?" "Everyone can give it a try," Tang Zheng suggested. He also wanted to know how strong this primordial heavenly cycle array was. "All right, then let's give it a try." Everyone walked out of the array. Some people walked quickly, and when they reached the edge of the array, they were bounced back with a bang. The others looked at this scene in surprise. They knew that this was the effect of the array. This array doesn't only have a defensive ability against the outside world. Once the array is activated, even the people inside will leave. Tang Zheng explained. Then isn't this very inconvenient? We'll be cut off from the world. Although it was only a step outside, and they could see everything clearly, they couldn't leave at all. This array was a bit useless. Tang Zheng had already thought of this point, so he already had a countermeasure. He said, "These are some jade stones that I made. In the future, everyone who enters and exits the array must wear jade stones. The array will automatically recognize them. Without jade stones, there is no way for people to enter or exit. These jade stones are a type of identification tool." Tang Zheng spread out his hands. His palms were filled with sparkling jade stones. "I've also carved some small defensive formations into these jade stones. They can withstand a certain amount of attacks. They're equivalent to protective talismans." "That's great. Then we'll accept it." Feng Xinyang took a piece of jade stone and played with it nonstop, as if she wanted to find some clues, but with her eyes, she couldn't find anything. She carefully wore it on her body and walked out of the array with large strides. She walked out of the formation safe and sound. She looked back and said happily, "It really worked." The others also took out the jade stones and wore them on their bodies. Sure enough, they could enter and leave freely. In this way, this area was equivalent to Tang Zheng's small kingdom. Outsiders had no way to enter or leave. Fortunately, this area was sparsely populated, and a few houses had already been bought by Tang Zheng. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for him to do this. Right now, the people who lived here were all closely related to him. Other than his family, there were also the warriors of the Witch clan. They were all on his side. You can try to attack the array from outside and see what effect it has. Tang Zheng reminded. Feng Xinyang couldn't wait any longer. She slapped the air with her palm. Although there was nothing, she felt a strong, rebounding force. Pung! She was bounced back and flew far away. She staggered and landed on the ground. Feng Xinyang was very clear about her own strength. This palm strike was enough to split open a boulder, but she did not expect that it would still be bounced back. All of the force was used on her own palm. If not for her profound strength, she would have been injured by her own palm. When the others saw this scene, they understood the power of the array and stopped underestimating it. Lan Yu stood outside the array and held her breath. She channeled her power and pointed out a finger. A terrifying power burst out from her fingertip and directly tore through the air, fiercely striking the array. Boom! The array shook violently. A ray of light flashed and then quieted down. Lan Yu's attack still did not break the array. Her eyes could not help but reveal a strange look. The power of this attack was much stronger than Feng Xinyang's attack. She did not continue probing, but nodded in satisfaction. This array is indeed powerful. With the array's defense, at least the enemy will not be able to sneak attack us. This was the most important point. Facing a top-notch expert, this array would definitely not be able to block it. However, it could stall for time and even cause a huge commotion. This was enough for the others to rush over and provide support. Tang Zheng agreed. That makes sense. Just how strong of an attack can this array of yours withstand? Wu Junshan asked curiously. Tang Zheng was not in a hurry to answer because he did not know the answer himself. He could only ask Qi Yu. Qi Yu seemed to be a little angry because of Tang Zheng's distrust and deliberately did not say, "You can figure this out yourself." Tang Zheng helplessly shrugged and said, "We can only slowly figure this out. When the time comes and we meet the enemy, we will know." The others looked at each other, but this was not a big deal, so they did not bother with it. Everyone was not tired of moving around inside and outside the array. It was very refreshing. In the evening, when Yi Dingdang, Fang Shishir, Lu Qingmei, and returned, they were also very interested and excitedly moved around for a while before finally stopping. Yi Dingdang was dragged back by Feng Xinyang. It seemed that the mother and daughter were preparing to talk through the night again. At the same time, inside the palace, the lights were brightly lit. The bureau chief looked at the sect leader in front of him with a grave expression and fiercely slammed the teacup on the table. With a bang, he said with dissatisfaction, "Didn't you say that you were very powerful? How come you couldn't even kill one Ji Wuxiang and were saved by Tang Zheng in the end?" It was the bureau chief's order to get rid of Ji Wuxiang because Ji Wuxiang was the opponent's white glove. Getting rid of him would be a great help to the opponent. However, he did not expect that even the sect leader could not succeed. This made him very shocked and very angry. The sect leader's eyes were as calm as an ancient well. He said lightly, "It was my mistake this time. The opponent had Tang Zheng's help. That's why they managed to escape." "It's Tang Zheng again." The bureau chief finally could not take it anymore and threw the teacup on the ground. With a bang, the teacup shattered and tea splashed everywhere. Number 1 stood at the door and trembled in fear. Recently, the bureau chief seemed to be angrier and angrier. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only be more careful, afraid of angering the bureau chief. The sect leader was not afraid at all and continued, "Tang Zheng is the biggest hidden danger. If this person is not eliminated, neither you nor I will be able to rest in peace." The bureau chief snorted and said, "It's not up to you to decide how to deal with him. I have my own plans. Since we've already alerted the enemy, it won't be easy to deal with Ji Wuxiang. Therefore, I will not act rashly during this period of time." Another thing worth noting is that Tang Zheng went to the Yi residence today and caused a ruckus there. This was definitely not done on a whim. He always does things with a purpose. Therefore, this matter needs to be thoroughly investigated. The sect leader reminded. The bureau chief rolled his eyes and stared at the sect leader, saying, "The Yi residence already has a grudge with Tang Zheng. What's wrong with Tang Zheng causing a ruckus in the Yi residence? It's better to investigate some things clearly. Otherwise, if we miss something important, it will be too late to regret it in the future." The sect leader said disapprovingly. The bureau chief muttered to himself. Although he was very angry with the sect leader, he had to admit that the sect leader was very capable. Naturally, his foresight was not bad. Since he brought up this matter, it was definitely not without reason. "Okay, I'll ask Yi Xuanji now." The bureau chief dialed Yi Xuanji's number in front of the sect leader. "Old Yi, I heard that Tang Zheng went to cause a ruckus in the Yi residence today. This person is really becoming more and more arrogant. It's too outrageous." The bureau chief asked. "The bureau chief personally called me to show concern. I, Yi Xuanji, am really grateful. Tang Zheng just likes to find trouble. I've already chased him away." Yi Xuanji said shamelessly. He was not embarrassed to lie at all. How was Tang Zheng chased away by him? He was purely trying to save face. The bureau chief did not care about these details and said, "Then what did he want?" Chapter 1047. The chess piece landed, and a sudden change occurred. A tyrannical force once again struck the High Lord's body, and blood seeped out from under his clothes, forming a dark red patch. The High Lord gasped for breath. His breathing became extremely hurried and chaotic, and he was actually unable to say a complete sentence. He propped himself up with his palm on the ground, turned into a ray of light, and fiercely rushed towards Ji Wuxiang. "Stop!" Tang Zheng shouted loudly. the sun-shooting arrow and heaven-shocking bow in his hands, the bowstring trembled. The sun-shooting arrow flew out like a meteor, arriving in front of Ji Wuxiang in the blink of an eye. Ji Wuxiang's face changed. "How did your sun-shooting arrow become so powerful?" Tang Zheng sneered. With a thought, the speed of the sun-shooting arrow increased. The High Lord flipped in the air, the sun-shooting arrow brushing past his scalp. However, before he could rejoice, he saw the sun-shooting arrow turn back in midair. His expression changed greatly as he looked at the sun-shooting arrow and Tang Zheng in disbelief. This was even more powerful than he had expected. Seeing the sun-shooting arrow flying over again, and Ji Wuxiang opening his mouth, as if he was about to speak again, his expression turned cold. He looked at Tang Zheng hatefully, then looked at Ji Wuxiang unwillingly, turned around, and left like a whirlwind. He flew up and over the courtyard wall. Boom! The sun-shooting arrow missed and shot into the corner of the wall. After a loud sound, a huge hole appeared at the foot of the wall, and gravel flew into the air. Tang Zheng stomped his foot in hatred and said indignantly, "The High Lord is too shameless. Once he finds out that something is wrong, he actually runs away. Is he addicted to being a deserter? You ran away last time, and now you're running away again." Tang Zheng was very clear that the High Lord was not completely afraid of the power of the shooting sun arrow. Although the shooting sun arrow was a saint tool with Tang Zheng's strength, it was not enough to truly threaten the High Lord. The High Lord was clearly afraid of Ji Wuxiang and Tang Zheng joining forces. With the celestial chess and Tang Zheng attacking together, the power of the shooting sun arrow would naturally increase greatly. Even the High Lord would not dare to underestimate it. The other players were sweating profusely, as if they had just been fished out of the water. Their stiff faces finally showed a hint of relaxation. It was obvious that the battle just now was a great test for them. "Young Master Tang, thank you for your timely arrival. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to see tomorrow's sunrise." Ji Wuxiang heaved a long sigh and expressed his gratitude. Tang Zheng shook his head, slightly. "President Ji's words are too serious. Your celestial chess is very powerful. Even if I didn't come, I'm afraid that we might not have failed." Ji Wuxiang smiled bitterly. "Young Master Tang, you've only seen the surface, but you haven't seen the inside. Although we seem to be able to hold on, we definitely wouldn't have been able to hold on for long without your help." Tang Zheng frowned and asked, "Why didn't you say that the celestial chess is very powerful?" The High Lord wanted to use the celestial chess to deal with Tang Zheng and the others, including the Empyrean Fairy and Tian Chanzi. From this, it could be seen that the celestial chess was very powerful. So how could the High Lord not be able to deal with it? This did not make sense. Ji Wuxiang said resentfully, "You only know part of the story, but not the whole story. It's true that the celestial chess is very powerful, but we didn't even use the celestial chess true power. What we did just now was only the tip of the iceberg. To truly use the celestial chess true power, it would require a lot of complicated and harsh conditions." "Oh, I'd like to hear the details. What did Director Ji mean by Fekta and Merak just now?" Tang Zheng asked curiously as he stared at Ji Wuxiang with burning eyes. Ji Wuxiang did not hesitate and said openly, "This is the celestial chess moves. Fekta and Merak represent each move. The celestial chess has a total of 7 moves, which are Dubhi, Merak, Fekta, Migrez, Aliyaf, Mizar, and Alkaid. Each move has its own internal connections and changes. Only those who practice the celestial chess on a daily basis can master its mysteries and use its corresponding power. I am the core of the celestial chess, so all the celestial chess players have to listen to my orders to place their pieces and move so that they can use its great power. The power of the celestial chess can be big or small. It can be limited to a courtyard, but it can also be expanded to a city. Tang Zheng nodded and suddenly realized, no wonder. Just now, I didn't notice anything strange outside the Celestial Chess Club. So many people walked by and didn't notice anything strange. However, once you enter the Celestial Chess Club, it's a completely different scene. It's truly a different world. Director G is truly a genius. Although I've only seen the tip of the iceberg of the Celestial Chess today, it's already left a deep impression on me. I believe the High Lord feels the same way. Young Master Tang, you flatter me. The Celestial Chess is indeed powerful, but it's only a half-finished product now. The High Lord will definitely have designs on the Celestial Chess. Although I stopped him once, I might not be able to stop him a second time. I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, but I'm afraid of thieves thinking about it. Ji Wuxiang said helplessly. Then why don't you seize the time to set up the Celestial Chess? At that time, even if the High Lord comes to attack, he might not be able to get anything out of it. Tang Zheng disagreed. Ji Wuxiang fell silent. His expression kept changing as he hesitated to speak. Tang Zheng looked at him with furrowed brows and said, Director Ji, if you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush. Ji Wuxiang stared at Tang Zheng without blinking. After a long time, he said, Since young Master Tang is so straightforward, then I won't beat around the bush. I hope young Master Tang can lend me a hand so that the Celestial Chess can truly be completed. At that time, no matter how powerful the High Lord is, he won't be able to threaten us anymore. Tang Zheng didn't expect Ji Wuxiang to raise such a suggestion. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. He had always been wary of Ji Wuxiang, and Ji Wuxiang's words obviously didn't treat him as an outsider. If he helped Ji Wuxiang, then he would definitely have more opportunities to understand the Celestial Chess. In fact, Tang Zheng was also quite interested in the Celestial Chess. Ji Wuxiang made it sound so powerful, but Tang Zheng didn't understand the principles behind it. If he had a grudge with Ji Wuxiang in the future, then wouldn't Ji Wuxiang also use the Celestial Chess to deal with him? If he knew some of the key points and secrets of the Celestial Chess, then maybe he could counter Ji Wuxiang. Most importantly, he had Qi Yu and the inner demons in his body. These two's knowledge and insight were unquestionable. Even if he couldn't find any clues, these two would definitely gain a lot and tell him. At that time, it would be equivalent to him knowing. The inner demons urged, Young man, agree to his request. This Celestial Chess is very interesting. I want to see what's going on. Qi Yu snorted coldly and said with dissatisfaction, just deliberately mystifying. The inner demons retorted, Qi Yu, don't go against your conscience just because you came to save him today. This Celestial Chess is something neither you nor I have ever seen before. Don't you want to see its secrets? Qi Yu was silent. The inner demons had hit the nail on the head. Haha, young man, you see, he has nothing to say. This means that he can't refute me. My suggestion is to agree to his request and then figure out the secrets of the Celestial Chess. Maybe you can use the Celestial Chess in the future. Isn't that a good thing? There's no harm in having more skills. This saying has been passed down since ancient times. There's naturally a reason for it. Fine, I'll agree to his request. I want to see what's so great about this Celestial Chess. I don't want it to be just a trick to fool people in the end, Qi Yu said indignantly. Tang Zheng pondered for a long time before coming to a decision. Since both of them agreed to his request, then agreeing would be more useful than refusing. Ji Wuxiang stared straight at Tang Zheng, waiting for his answer. Okay, I'll agree to your request. However, I don't know how to play Celestial Chess. I may not be able to help you much. Tang Zheng said without batting an eyelid. Ji Wuxiang was immediately overjoyed. His eyes lit up as he impatiently said, "Young Master Tang is too modest. With your help, this celestial chess will definitely be completed soon. At that time, you'll be able to see the true face of the celestial chess." "Ha, then I'll wait and see. What do you want to do next?" Tang Zheng smiled faintly. Ji Wuxiang turned his head and looked around. He pointed at the messy courtyard and said, "I need to tidy up this place first. Although the chess club has been destroyed, the most important foundation is still here. Therefore, in a few days, we can begin to set up the celestial chess. Do you need my help in the meantime?" "No need. How could I trouble young Master Tang with such a small matter?" Tang Zheng nodded and glanced at the other chess players. They had all turned back into puppets, sitting quietly in front of the chessboard and playing without any distractions. At this time, Tang Zheng no longer dared to underestimate these seemingly weak chess players. When they worked together, the power they could unleash was frightening. "Then I'll take my leave first. If there's anything else, we'll contact each other again." Tang Zheng cupped his hands and took his leave. Ji Wuxiang walked him to the door. When he opened the door to the chess club, the clamor outside immediately traveled in. Just now, the inside of the door was incomparably quiet, as if it was another world. Now that the door was opened, the two worlds seemed to merge into one. It was truly incomparably miraculous. Tang Zheng couldn't help but look forward to the upcoming cooperation even more. After leaving the chess club, Tang Zheng asked Qiyu and the inner demons if the great desolate aura was still there. Qiyu said snappily, "Do you think the other party is an idiot? Since he has gotten rid of you, he will definitely think of a way to hide. Why would he show his face?" Tang Zheng had also expected this result, but he could not guess who in the Ye family had been possessed. How was that possible? There were so many people in the Ye family that would be too difficult. Moreover, if he went to the Ye family again, it would be useless. He had already caused a huge ruckus in the Ye family. If he went again, it might cause some sort of disturbance. On the contrary, it would cause Yi Tianlei's family to be in a dilemma. There are so many things that escaped from the prehistoric heavenly tomb, and we have only found a few of them. What about the rest? Could it be that you really have no other choice but to sit at home and wait? Tang Zheng asked unhappily. Qiyu and the inner demons naturally sensed his displeasure and hurriedly comforted him. That might not be the case. If you go to the famous mountains or walk around the various cities, perhaps we will be able to discover even more of the great desolate aura. Tang Zheng rolled his eyes speechlessly. This is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Do you know that? Where do I have that much time? Qiyu's heart skipped a beat, and he suggested, "Didn't you already take the Li Palace under your command? Li Palace's eyes and ears are all over the world, and they are well informed. Let them gather abnormal information from all over the world, such as who suddenly became powerful, or what strange event that science cannot explain. This is a sign, and if we follow the map and identify the targets one by one, we will naturally be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort." Chapter 1048. The aura of the heavens and earth instantly changed, and the foul air in the air quickly melted away. A vortex appeared in the sky, and the vast and mighty spirit chi fell from the center of the vortex, directly fusing into the huge light shield. Wu took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Wow, the air is so fresh." Nana also hurriedly nodded and said, "This feels so comfortable. The sun doesn't seem so hot anymore." A cool breeze blew over. This feeling was especially obvious. It was as if they had come to another world. It was completely different from the scorching heat from before. Tang Zheng did not expect the effect to be so good. This great heavenly cycle primordial array also had a spirit gathering array. The two arrays perfectly merged into one. This kind of ability was not something an ordinary person could do. It was only under Qi Yu's guidance that Tang Zheng was able to do it so easily. Tang Zheng, what do you think? I didn't lie to you, right? My great heavenly cycle primordial array is not something an ordinary array can compare to. Qi Yu proudly said, this is only on the surface. As for how strong its defensive power is, it still needs to be tested. Although Tang Zheng already believed Qi Yu's words, he could not help but strike a blow. Towards Qi Yu, he could not wantonly praise him. Otherwise, his tail would be raised to the sky. Qi Yu heavily snorted a few times, but there was nothing he could do. When the others saw this scene, they all walked out of the house and suspiciously looked up. The light barrier and whirlpool in the sky had already become very faint. If one did not focus, they would not be able to see it clearly. Moreover, it was still becoming fainter. Everyone looked at Tang Zheng. Without a doubt, this scene was most likely caused by him. Everyone, don't panic. I only set up a large array. Tang Zheng loudly explained. The people living here were all on the same side, so there was no need to worry about speaking. Wu Junshan curiously asked, what is the use of this array? It improves the air in this area and protects everyone. Hey, you don't say. The air has really become fresh. It's like being in a mountain forest. Feng Xinyang took a deep breath and exclaimed. The others also noticed this, and their faces were full of surprise. This is only the beginning. The longer this formation operates, the better the air quality here will become, and it won't be affected by the outside world. Sai, the air quality in the capital is really bad. When will it be like here? Yi Tianlei sighed with disappointment and frustration. Feng Xinyang glared at him and said, you're the only one who cares about the country and the people. Tang Zheng smiled and said, Uncle Yi, don't worry. In the near future, our air quality will become the same as in ancient times. No matter where we go, it will be like being in a mountain forest. He believed that the Tree of Life could do this. I hope I can see it in my lifetime, Yi Tianlei said. Lan Yu retracted her gaze. The strange phenomenon in the sky had completely disappeared. The clouds were calm, as if nothing had happened. She asked, you said that this formation can protect everyone, so it has a defensive ability. How strong is its defensive ability? Everyone can give it a try, Tang Zheng suggested. He also wanted to know how strong this primordial heavenly cycle array was. All right, then let's give it a try. Everyone walked out of the array. Some people walked quickly, and when they reached the edge of the array, they were bounced back with a bang. The others looked at this scene in surprise. They knew that this was the effect of the array. This array doesn't only have a defensive ability against the outside world. Once the array is activated, even the people inside will leave. Tang Zheng explained. Then isn't this very inconvenient? We'll be cut off from the outside world. Although it was only a step outside, and they could see everything clearly, they couldn't leave at all. This array was a bit useless. Tang Zheng had already thought of this point, so he already had a countermeasure. He said, these are some jade stones that I made. In the future, everyone who enters and exits the array must wear jade stones. The array will automatically recognize them. Without jade stones, there is no way for people to enter or exit. These jade stones are a type of identification tool. Tang Zheng spread out his hands. His palms were filled with sparkling jade stones. I've also engraved some small defensive arrays on this jade stone. It can withstand a certain amount of attacks. It's equivalent to a protective talisman. Great, then it would be impolite for us to refuse. Feng Xinyang took a piece of jade and played with it nonstop, as if she wanted to find some clues, but with her eyes, she couldn't find anything. She carefully wore it on her body and strode out of the array. She walked out of the formation unscathed. She looked back and said happily, "It really worked." The others also took the jade stones and wore them on their bodies. Sure enough, they could enter and leave freely. In this way, this area was equivalent to Tang Zheng's small kingdom. Outsiders couldn't enter or leave at all. Fortunately, this area was sparsely populated, and a few houses had already been bought by Tang Zheng. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for him to do this. Right now, the people who lived here were all closely related to him. Other than his family, there were also the warriors of the witch clan. They were all on his side. You can try to attack the array from outside and see what effect it has. Tang Zheng reminded. Feng Xinyang could not wait any longer and slapped the air with her palm. Although there was nothing, she felt a huge recoil. Pung! She was bounced back and flew far away, staggering as she landed on the ground. Feng Xinyang was very clear about her own strength. This palm strike was enough to split open a boulder, but she didn't expect that it would still be bounced back. All of the force was used on her own palm. If not for her profound strength, she would have been injured by her own palm. When the others saw this scene, they understood the power of the array and stopped underestimating it. Lanyu stood outside the array and held her breath with rapt attention. She circulated her power and pointed out a finger. A terrifying power burst forth from her fingertip, directly tearing through the air and fiercely striking the array. Boom! The array shook violently. A ray of light flashed and then quieted down. Lanyu's attack still did not break the array. Her eyes couldn't help but reveal a strange look. The power of this attack was much stronger than Feng Xinyang's attack. She didn't continue probing, but nodded in satisfaction. This array is indeed powerful. With the array's defense, at least the enemy won't be able to sneak attack us. This was the most important point. Facing a top-notch expert, this array would definitely not be able to block it. However, it could stall for time and even cause a huge commotion. This was enough for the others to rush over and provide support. Tang Zheng agreed. That makes sense. How powerful can this formation of yours withstand? Wu Junshan asked curiously. Tang Zheng was not in a hurry to answer, because he didn't know the answer himself. He could only ask Qiyu. Qiyu seemed to be a little angry because of Tang Zheng's distrust and deliberately didn't say, "You can figure this out yourself." Tang Zheng helplessly shrugged and said, "We can only slowly figure this out. When we meet the enemy, we'll know." The others looked at each other, but this wasn't a big deal, so they didn't bother with it. Everyone happily shuttled back and forth inside the array. It was very refreshing. In the evening, when Yi Dingdang, Fang Shishir, Lu Qingmei, and returned, they were also very interested. They excitedly played around for a while before finally stopping. Yi Dingdang was dragged back by Feng Xinyang. It seemed that the mother and daughter were preparing to talk through the night again. At the same time, inside the inner palace, the lights were brightly lit. The bureau chief looked at the sect leader in front of him coldly and fiercely slammed his teacup on the table. With a bang, he said with dissatisfaction, "Didn't you say that you were very powerful? How come you couldn't even kill one Ji Wuxiang? In the end, you were even saved by Tang Zheng?" It was the bureau chief's order to get rid of Ji Wuxiang, because Ji Wuxiang was the opponent's white glove. Getting rid of him would be a great help to the opponent. However, he didn't expect that even the sect leader couldn't succeed. This made him very shocked and very angry. The sect leader's eyes were as calm as an ancient well. He said lightly, "It was my mistake this time. The opponent had Tang Zheng's help. That's why he managed to escape. It's Tang Zheng again." The bureau chief finally couldn't take it anymore and threw the teacup in his hand to the ground. With a bang, the teacup shattered and tea splashed everywhere. Number 1 stood at the door and trembled in fear. Recently, the bureau chief seemed to be angrier and angrier. However, he couldn't do anything about it. He could only be more careful, afraid of angering the bureau chief. However, the sect leader wasn't afraid at all and continued, Tang Zheng is the biggest hidden danger. If this person isn't eliminated, you and I won't be able to rest in peace. The bureau chief snorted and said, It's not up to you to decide how to deal with him. I have my own plans. Since we've already alerted the enemy, it won't be easy to deal with Ji Wuxiang. That's why I won't act rashly during this period of time. Another thing worth noting is that Tang Zheng went to the Yi residence today and caused a ruckus there. This definitely wasn't done on a whim. He always does things with a purpose. That's why this matter needs to be investigated thoroughly. The sect leader reminded. The bureau chief rolled his eyes and stared at the sect leader, saying, The Yi residence has always had a grudge with Tang Zheng. What's wrong with Tang Zheng causing a ruckus in the Yi residence? Some things are better investigated thoroughly. Otherwise, if we miss out on something important, it'll be too late to regret it in the future. The sect leader said disapprovingly. The bureau chief muttered to himself. Although he was very angry with the sect leader, he couldn't help but admit that the sect leader was very capable. His judgment was naturally not bad. Since he brought up this matter, it definitely wasn't without reason. Okay, I'll ask Yi Xuanji right now. The bureau chief dialed Yi Xuanji's number in front of the sect leader. Old Yi, I heard that Tang Zheng went to cause a ruckus in the Yi residence today. This person is really becoming more and more arrogant. It's too outrageous. The bureau chief asked. The bureau chief personally called me to show concern. Yi Xuanji, am really grateful. Tang Zheng just likes to find trouble. I've already chased him away. Yi Xuanji said, shamelessly. He didn't seem embarrassed at all to lie. Tang Zheng wasn't chased away by him. It was purely because he wanted to save face. However, the bureau chief didn't care about these details and said, Then what did he want? Chapter 1049. The Lord also heard Yi Xuanji's words and shook his head slightly. It was obvious that he didn't believe Yi Xuanji's words. The bureau chief understood and, of course, had the same idea. He coldly laughed and said, Old Yi, you're too dishonest. Who can hide what happened in the capital from? This seemingly simple sentence gave Yi Xuanji a lot of pressure. The Ye family was no longer what it used to be. He had to give the government face and also rely on them. If he didn't tell the truth, then many things would become worse. Yi Xuanji hesitated, but quickly reacted. He smiled as if nothing happened and said, The bureau chief's words are reasonable. The main thing is that these are all trivial matters that aren't worth mentioning. But I want to hear it. The bureau chief said concisely. These 4 words blocked all of Yi Xuanji's excuses. Yi Xuanji suddenly froze as he resentfully said, Tang Zheng purposely barged into my house and said something about possessing my body. I don't understand what he said, as I feel that it is all just an excuse. Being possessed? Desolate aura? The bureau chief was confused and suspiciously looked at the Lord. The Lord's expression changed, as if he was thinking about something. Is there anything else? The bureau chief asked. He insisted that someone in my Ye family was possessed. Actually, there was no such thing. In the end, he didn't find anything and left. Yi Xuanji angrily said, as if he didn't believe this nonsense at all. Okay, if there's anything else, you must inform me. The bureau chief said in a deep voice. Bureau chief, Tang Zheng didn't put my Ye family in his eyes at all. This means that he didn't put you in his eyes. This kind of person can't be tolerated. Yi Xuanji didn't miss the chance to criticize Tang Zheng. The bureau chief heavily snorted and hung up the phone. He then stared at the Lord and asked, "What did you think?" The Lord's expression kept changing. After a while, he said, "I'm afraid this matter isn't that simple. We need to investigate further. Being possessed is another soul occupying another person's body. This kind of thing can only be done by cultivators. Could it be that some powerful cultivator has appeared in this world, but why would they want to possess him?" The bureau chief frowned and said, "We have to investigate these messy matters thoroughly. Since Tang Zheng values it so much, it must be something serious. We can't let him get the upper hand. The possessed person's usual behavior is completely different from before. If we follow this clue, we might be able to find out who in the Ye family was possessed." The great lord quickly came up with a plan. "This isn't a difficult task. There will be results soon," the bureau chief said confidently. The great lord looked at him deeply and saw that he did not find it difficult to think. Instead, he was full of confidence. This meant that he had already planted spies in the Ye family. Perhaps that was not all. He had spies in all the major families and forces in the capital, except for Tang Zheng's new force. The core members of Tang Zheng's group were all people who had been in contact with each other countless times, or warriors of the witch tribe. It was impossible for other people to break into this group. "Chief, you're really prepared for a rainy day." "Brilliant." The great lord gave a rare compliment. The bureau chief laughed and said, "Of course. It's a pity that Tang Zheng's side is impenetrable. We can't find out more information." The great lord said, regretfully. A glint flashed across the bureau chief's eyes. He said with a half smile, "Is that so? I believe that everything depends on effort. There's nothing absolute in this world." The great lord stared at the bureau chief without blinking, as if he wanted to find some clues from his eyes and expression. However, the other party was so shrewd that he could not see through him at all. "Continue to keep an eye on Ji Wuxiang. This person must be eliminated. I want to remove that person's right-hand man." The bureau chief's eyes flashed coldly as he said firmly. The great lord nodded lightly and left. Number 1 walked over from the door and said, "Bureau chief, did the great lord tell the truth? He knows more about cultivators than we do. If he keeps some key information and gets the upper hand, wouldn't it be very disadvantageous for us?" The bureau chief smiled coldly. "I've never been so conservative. More flowers means more results. What you said makes a lot of sense. Therefore, we have to start with Tang Zheng." "Oh, how do we do it?" "Didn't he just say that Tang Zheng's side is impenetrable? I want to plant someone by his side and let the great lord see whose methods are better." The bureau chief said solemnly. Number 1 was enlightened. However, he was smart enough not to ask the bureau chief what he was going to do. This was an absolute secret. It might not be a good thing for him to know too much. University officially started. Tang Zheng stepped into the life of a sophomore. He did not skip classes on the first day. Instead, he went to class obediently and attracted a lot of attention. Although he was not an arrogant person, he had experienced too many things and was well known. Even among his classmates, other than a few of his roommates, the others were only nodding acquaintances with him. The class schedule on the first day was quite full. There were classes the whole morning. After class ended at noon, he walked to the cafeteria with his roommates. Halfway there, his phone rang. "Boss, it's me, Feng Yong." Feng Yong's voice could not wait to come out of the phone. Speaking of Feng Yong, he was an anomaly. Tang Zheng had once taught him martial arts, and he could be considered to be hard-working in his cultivation. He had some small achievements, but in front of a true expert, that little bit of martial arts was not worth mentioning. However, he was now a famous person in his own school. He was a pioneer in entrepreneurship and was definitely a classic example. This was all because of his talent in business. In the past, his girlfriend had complained to Tang Zheng that he always went to those small alleys and corners, causing a lot of criticism. However, later on, they found out that he was doing market research. In the past, he found it hard to talk about his family's sex toy business. He was dismissive of it, but after thinking it through, he dived in. After doing market research, he moved the family business from offline stores to online. Through various online marketing, the sales increased by several times in a short period of time. Of course, he was also a controversial person. However, his heart was very strong and could not be affected by all kinds of criticism. Hearing his voice, Tang Zheng smiled and asked, "Fatty, why did you think of calling me?" "Boss, I'm so angry." "Quickly look on the internet. You're being scolded by countless people," Feng Yong said with righteous indignation. Tang Zheng frowned. When did he expose himself on the internet? He did not do anything big recently. "What's the situation? Tell me briefly." Tang Zheng asked, "Did you have a conflict with a few Korean people recently?" Tang Zheng moved his head and said, "Yes, is there a problem?" This matter was exaggerated and spread on the internet. There were also a few photos. Then, that crazy Korean person kept scolding you like crazy. Now it's a hot topic on Weibo. Tang Zheng was stunned. He did not expect that the incident that day would develop further. In his eyes, those Koreans were not even worth mentioning. He had long forgotten about them. "Quickly open Weibo and take a look." Tang Zheng did not have Weibo on his phone. He asked his roommates, "Who has Weibo? Open it and take a look. I think I've been scolded." Scolded? The others were confused and quickly opened Weibo. As expected, the top topic was the incident between Tang Zheng and the Korean Park Shi-hoon. After clicking on it, there was a strict condemnation letter with photos of Tang Zheng beating up Park Shi-hoon and Park Si-hoon's miserable appearance. This ignited the fury of Park Si-hoon's fans as they started cursing Tang Zheng's 18 generations of ancestors, all of his direct relatives, and even all of his female friends. Their filthy words were unbearable to look at. The few of them only took a few glances before they were fuming with anger. Their eyes were about to spit fire. Bang! Do Long fiercely threw his phone on the ground, as if he was still angry. He stomped his feet a few times and roared angrily. "Damn it! This group of people are spouting nonsense. They actually dare to scold OL Third." Seeing him so impulsive, Tang Zheng's anger dissipated. He patted everyone's shoulders and advised, "OL 2, don't be so impatient. They're just a bunch of ignorant people. Why are you angry with them? You'll only hurt yourself and let them off easy. Look at your phone. Didn't it suffer?" Sinosaurus huffed and puffed. He raised his head and said in a rough voice, "Am I not too angry?" Seeing OL3 being bullied, I, Sinosaurus, am the first to take it lying down. Zhou Yen also patted Sinosaurus's shoulder and said, "OL2, you're angering yourself and making the enemy secretly happy. We have to analyze this matter and find out who's behind it. Then we'll settle the score with them. That's the key." Wang Shiji nodded in agreement. OL4 is right. We have to grasp the key point. Sinosaurus blew his beard and glared, "I'm not that rational. Moreover, is there even a need to look at this matter? It's definitely that Korean stick's doing. From their actions that day, we can tell that they're not good people. They like to use these dirty tricks." "Boss, I've analyzed it. Although this denunciation letter was sent in the tone of a fan, with my long experience and professional vision, I can tell that this matter is definitely carefully planned by someone. It has a strong purpose and is not simply a fan vending." Feng Yong said on the other end of the phone, "I've already entered your school gate. Where are you? I'll be there soon. When the time comes, We'll discuss and find out who's behind this. Chapter 1050. Feng Yong gasped for breath as he ran over. It seemed that he had gained a lot of weight. When he ran, he was like a small moving mountain. He did not bother to wipe the sweat off his forehead as he said with righteous indignation, "Boss, this matter must not be left as it is. He actually dared to slander my boss. Is he not putting me in his eyes? I've already hired a water army to fight them to the end. The experience I've accumulated over this period of time isn't for nothing. In the end, it's still unknown who will emerge victorious." Tang Zheng laughed as he looked at Feng Yong, who was sweating like rain. He felt very close, as if he was back in high school. He patted his shoulder and said, "It's not worth getting angry over these people. Look at me, the person involved. I'm not angry." Feng Yong said angrily, "That's because you, boss, are magnanimous. I don't have that kind of magnanimity. For these despicable people, I must pull them out and parade them through the streets. I definitely can't let them hide in a dark corner and rejoice." Sinosaurus put his arm around Feng Yong's shoulder as if they were close friends. He said with a common enemy, "Feng Yong is right. We can't just let this go. We must investigate to the end. Moreover, we can't let them lead public opinion into the wrong abyss. Those who don't know the truth can easily be incited and turn around to attack you." Tang Zheng, of course, wouldn't turn a blind eye to it. He nodded and said, "Fatty, then what do you plan to do? You've been on the internet for so long, you should have a plan." "My plan is very simple. First, we organize a water army to counterattack. The other side also hired a water army. I saw some familiar accounts that were clearly water army, so we can't show weakness. Second, we need to restore the truth, and then speak up so that those who don't know the truth won't wrongly accuse you. Third, we need to track down the mastermind and find him in reality. This is the most important thing. As long as we catch him, then everything will be solved." Feng Yong spoke with assurance, as if he was confident in his victory. Seeing his eyes shining with incomparable confidence, Tang Zheng was very pleased. This was a completely different person from the previous Feng Yong. He used to be weak and had low self-esteem, but now he was full of confidence. This was a real transformation. The others nodded in agreement. "Feng Yong's strategy is very good. Let's follow it. Don't worry about what happened on the internet. I'll take responsibility for it. Of course, you have to tell me in detail what happened at that time. Then I'll think of a counterattack and destroy the other party's lies." Sinosaurus and the others immediately started talking nonstop. Hearing this, Feng Yong's eyes spat fire as he clenched his fists tightly. "Damn it, this group of people are distorting the truth. We absolutely can't tolerate them. We must make them go down in history, in infamy. Furthermore, I have my suspicions. I previously investigated this Park Si-hoon and found out that he's holding a concert in Beijing this weekend, but the ticket sales aren't as good as expected. Hence, I suspect that they're using this incident to create hype. Firstly, it's to win over more fans, and secondly, it's to attract more fans to attend his concert. There's such a thing." Tang Zheng looked at Feng Yong in surprise. He originally thought that Feng Yong was here to study, but he didn't expect that Feng Yong was here to make money. Did he really think that Hua Xia people were fools? Anyone can come and take money out of our pockets. Compared to Tang Linger, this Park Si-hoon is trash. Tang Linger's concert has long been sold out, and this person actually wants to use hype to promote his concert. He's too low class. Zhou Yin shook his head and said in disdain. Sinosaurus glared at him and said, "Fourth bro, you're simply tarnishing my goddess by comparing such a person to him." Wang Shiji nodded his head in agreement. "That's right. Tang Linger is a goddess, a fairy. How can a despicable person like Park Si-hoon, be mentioned in the same breath as her. Zhou Yen knew that he had misspoken, so he immediately tried to salvage the situation. That's right. I was wrong. Linger is holding a concert in Beijing. Feng Yong knew about the relationship between Tang Linger and Tang Zheng, so he asked in astonishment, seeing that Sinosaurus and the rest didn't seem to know about this. He looked at Tang Zheng curiously. Tang Zheng did not expose him and said, "That's right. I've already gotten the tickets. You can come as well." Feng Yong was overjoyed. "Of course, I'll come. When is it?" "It's also this weekend." "That's right. It seems that the two concerts are at the same time." This is really like a competition. When the time comes, we'll let this Korean know what a real celebrity is. Sinosaurus said excitedly as he waved his fist. After listening to the analysis, Tang Zheng no longer underestimated them. These people had sinister intentions, and if he didn't discover it early on, he would probably be kept in the dark. Since this involved Linger, then he would not let his guard down. With a solemn face, he instructed, "Fatty, I'll leave this matter to you. As for the investigation of the mastermind, I'll do it myself." "What do you plan to do?" "I'll find this group of people first. Also, don't they like to be unreasonable and not follow the rules? Then I'll give them a taste of their own medicine and take drastic measures." Tang Zheng's eyes flickered as he said with a smile that was not a smile, "What drastic measures? You'll know when the time comes." Tang Zheng mysteriously smiled. Although the rest were curious, they did not pursue the matter. However, they understood that if Tang Zheng were to take action, then the other party would definitely suffer a huge loss. After the few of them had lunch together, Tang Zheng left the school alone. This was because, according to the preliminary investigation, this Park Si-hoon did not live in the school. Instead, he lived in a large apartment outside. Although it was the first day of school, this fella did not come to class because he was rehearsing for a concert. Ever since the previous incident, he did not appear in the school anymore. The main reason was that most of the students were disgusted with him. He was afraid that he would be beaten up again, and that would be too embarrassing. In fact, he did not go to rehearse. Instead, he hid in his apartment and watched the war on the internet. This matter was planned by him and his assistant. This way, not only could they gain sympathy, but they could also increase their fame and help to sell the concert tickets. Ever since the war on the internet began, the sales of his concert tickets had greatly increased, allowing him to taste the sweetness. Pointing at the screen, he excitedly said to his assistant, "Jean Meiji, look at how smart we are to turn a bad thing into a good thing. This beating is not in vain. The company will definitely praise me when they know about it. After the concert, we'll summarize our experience and hand it over to the company. At that time, the other artists in the company can also use this method." Lying on his shoulder, Jean Meiji charmingly smiled and said, "Appa is smart. This time, that Tang Zheng has become the target of public criticism. He's going to be drowned by the spit of saliva. Humph, wait until my influence in Huaxia grows. At that time, I'll settle the score with him. From what I heard from Principal Pang, that brat seems to have some background. We can't fight him with strength, so we can only outsmart him," Park Si-hoon hatefully said. Jean Meiji's hand slid across his chest. His chest was so thin that she could see his ribs. It was like a piece of paper, without the strength and beauty of a man. What era are we in now? Who still blindly fights with strength? That's just a brute. Only smart people, like Appa, who use their brains, will be the final winner. Park Si-hoon laughed complacently. He hugged Jean Meiji and kissed her fiercely. Then his big hand went under her clothes. Jean Meiji immediately began to pant. Not long after, the two of them were rolling together. However, the two of them did not notice that there was an additional person at the door. That person was silently watching the two of them with his phone, recording everything. Tang Zheng didn't come here to watch the show. He didn't have such a hobby. He just happened to be here. He originally came here to confirm if they were the ones behind the scenes. Now that it was confirmed, he didn't have to worry about his actions anymore. He never expected that Park Shi-hoon would have an affair with his assistant. Presumably, those fans who wanted to recommend themselves to him would feel a lot of emotions when they saw this scene. Most importantly, this conversation proved that they were the ones behind the incident. It wasn't like what he said on Weibo. Furthermore, he even fanned the flames with an aggrieved tone. Since that's the case, then it was time to give him a tight slap. Tang Zheng initially thought that this show would last for a long time, but he never expected that it would come to an abrupt end. Looking at the time, Tang Zheng saw that it was 12 seconds. He was speechless and rolled his eyes. This record was probably unbreakable in the world. What a fast shooter. He gave a playful smile, turned around, and quietly left the apartment. Hey, AI me, it's me. Do you know about Park Shi-hoon's concert? Tang Zheng called Linger's agent. AI me was promoted after returning from Dianan. Not only was she Linger's agent, but she was also in a management position in the company. He was very familiar with the entertainment industry and was indeed a capable person. Of course I know. Just talking about this guy makes me angry. He actually wants to compete with our Linger. He purposely set the concert on the same day and in the same city as us. In the past, they even used Linger to create hype, but we ignored them. These people are too low class. AI me complained in a coquettish voice. Oh, there's such a thing. Tang Zheng frowned. So it turned out that they were old rivals. They actually wanted to hitch a ride on Linger's windmill. What wishful thinking. Boss, what's wrong with him? Did he offend you? AI me curiously asked. Did you not pay attention to the war on Weibo? Tang Zheng asked. Boss, you don't know. I've been so busy with the concert these past few days. How could I have time to check Weibo? As AI me spoke, she opened Weibo and screamed the moment she saw it. This Park Shi-hoon is too despicable. He actually dared to slander you. Boss, how should we deal with him? Big sister, AI me hasn't been in the industry all these years for nothing. How can we let these outsiders be so arrogant? I have a plan to take drastic measures that I need you to take care of. Tang Zheng instructed him bit by bit. Chapter 1051. Park Shi-hoon and the others did not continue to confuse the public for long, because Fong Yong had already begun his counterattack step by step. He had hired a large number of internet trolls to counterattack and restored the original appearance of the matter. Furthermore, Tang Zheng had even posted the contents of the Weibo on the Peking University's campus forum, which had aroused the anger of the students. Many people clearly knew what had happened at that time, so the students rushed to Weibo to fight back. Some people even posted pictures and videos. The evil deeds of Park Shi-hoon and the others were immediately exposed, especially his dark history of being arrogant and despotic. Everyone came to a realization. It turned out that he was a habitual offender. Such tactics to garner sympathy and distort the truth were not uncommon. In addition, the videos posted by the students were particularly touching, especially the chorus. The burst of emotions ignited every rational Xia citizen. Everyone supported Tang Zheng one-sidedly and even started a hashtag, Park Shi-hoon, get out of Xia. Both sides entered a white-hot phase. Park Shi-hoon's people fought back frantically in an attempt to suppress the other party. However, it was all in vain. That was because a new round of attacks sounded. Fong Yong had released his ultimate weapon, the video recorded by Tang Zheng. Of course, it had been edited, or else it would not have passed the review. However, the edited video clearly explained the cause and effect, especially the incident between Park Sher-hoon and Jin Meiji. It immediately blew up the internet. Usually, Park Sher-hoon boasted that he was a good man and did not have a girlfriend. It turned out that he had been with his assistant for a long time. Many female fans felt cheated. These fans treated Park Sher-hoon as their dream lover and Prince Charming. How could they tolerate their man doing such things with another woman? Women were crazy when they liked someone, but when they hated someone, their methods were even crazier. At this moment, Fong Yong's gentle provocation caused many fans to turn against him. They spontaneously boycotted Park Sher-hoon's concert and demanded a refund. This left Park Sher-hoon and the rest dumbfounded, especially the video between him and Jin Meiji. That was the key point. How did the other party record it? Moreover, the concert was about to start, but there was a large-scale boycott and refund of tickets. This would cause a bandwagon effect. They were not wrong. Many people followed the bandwagon and refunded tickets. The sales that had originally risen was not worth mentioning at all. Instead, it fell by a lot. Park Sher-hoon immediately made a statement to retaliate, but it was quickly drowned out by the curses of his fans. This was the style of brain-dead fans. They would do whatever they wanted and would not listen to any explanation. This time, Park Si-hoon had shot himself in the foot and no longer dared to show his face. However, he also understood that there must be someone fanning the flames. Otherwise, how could his one-sided advantage turn into such a situation? However, he could not figure out how a student could be so capable. In fact, there were many things that he did not know. Bad news came one after another. On the day before the concert, he suddenly received a notice from the organizers. Because of Park Si-hoon's actions, the organizers had suffered a great loss and decided to terminate the concert and ask for a large sum of compensation. In order to hold this concert and enter the Hua-Xia market, Park Si-hoon had signed many contracts that were disadvantageous to him. However, they still bit their toothpicks. Why? Because they could not bear to part with the huge cake that was Hua-Xia. One of the clauses was that Park Si-hoon had caused the organizers to suffer a great loss. The organizers had the right to cancel the concert and even ask for a large sum of compensation. Now that this seemingly impossible thing had happened, it was completely out of Park Si-hoon's expectations. Therefore, the organizers' demands were reasonable and legal. They were completely acting according to the contract, leaving Park Si-hoon with no other choice. This was Tang Zheng's method of removing the firewood from under the cauldron. AI Mi was the mastermind behind all of this. He now had a wide network, and with the resources that Tang Zheng had given him, he was now influential in the entertainment industry. It was easy for him to screw over Park Si-hoon. Pa, pa, pa. A series of crisp sounds rang out as Park Si-hoon smashed everything in the apartment. His eyes were filled with hatred, and he was like a hungry wolf as he roared. What the hell is going on here? Jin Meiji, have you found out? Jin Meiji was trembling with fear, but at the same time, she was also incomparably indignant as she said, I've investigated. Clearly, this matter was caused by that Tang Zheng behind the scenes. Moreover, his identity is not ordinary. He has a lot of background. What backing? I'm not sure about the specifics, but he gives off a very mysterious vibe. However, there's one thing I'm sure of. He's related to that Tang Linger. Tang Linger? Is that the woman who started the concert on the same day as me? Yes, that's her. She also just debuted not too long ago. However, the management team behind her is very strong. That's why she's so popular. We originally wanted to use her popularity to create hype, but we didn't succeed in the end. Tang Linger, Tang Zheng. Could it be that their family? Jean Meiji pondered. I'm not sure about the specifics, but we can't rule out that possibility. Because someone once saw Tang Zheng going in and out of Tang Linger's management company. Therefore, there must be a relationship between the two. Park Si-hoon's eyes flickered with hatred as he fiercely stomped his foot and said, They're purposely suppressing us so that Tang Linger can benefit from it. Humph, how can such petty tricks escape my eyes? He never thought that Tang Zheng did not even put him in his eyes. He was just blindly courting death. Appa, what should we do then? Didn't Hua Xia have a saying? If he does it on the first day, I'll do it on the 15th. Humph, if my concert can't be held, her concert can't be successful either. I'll give her a big gift. What do you want? You'll know when the time comes. Just wait for a good show. It'll definitely be on the front page of the newspaper. Ha ha. Park Si-hoon's eyes burned with madness. The next day, on the day of the concert, many fans did not know that Park Si-hoon's concert was canceled. Therefore, they arrived at the venue early in the morning, only to find that the doors were tightly shut and a temporary cancellation notice was hung high up. The fans went completely crazy and wanted an explanation. Many fans had already searched for Park Si-hoon's residence. However, when the group of fans swarmed over, they found that the building was empty. Capital City Stadium could hold 100,000 people. Today, a large poster of Tang Linger was pasted outside the stadium early in the morning. Dressed in ancient clothing, she looked like a fairy from a painting. Many people were mesmerized. This was the real fairy sister. When Tang Linger appeared, all the other fairy sisters that were hyped up paled in comparison. No one noticed that a man wearing a baseball cap and a staff uniform had quietly passed through the staff passageway with a black duffel bag in his hand. He avoided the crowd and came to the bottom of the stage. He quietly put the duffel bag in an inconspicuous dark corner under the stage, and then he left in a grandiose manner. All of this happened without anyone noticing. He only stopped when he was a long distance away from the stadium, under the baseball cap. A pair of eyes flashed with a cold light. He sneered and muttered to himself, Tang Linger, I want your concert to be a splendid fireworks show. In the evening, Tang Zheng, Fang Shi, Yi Dingdang, and a few other classmates arrived at Capital City Stadium. Looking at the long queue of people, Do Long shrunk his neck and said, I originally thought that the few of us would be considered early, but I never thought that these people would come even earlier. In my entire life, this is the first time a big girl has seen a concert on a bridal sedan chair. Haha, if you were a young lady, then you would definitely be alone for the rest of your life. You would never have the chance to sit in a sedan chair. Wang Shiji joked. I'm just making an analogy. Sinosaurus glared at him, then turned to look at Tang Zheng and asked, OL3, where are the concert tickets? We're already at the entrance, and everyone is already lining up to enter. We still don't have tickets. Tang Linger was too busy, so she didn't go home during this period of time. Naturally, he didn't get a ticket, but Linger told him to give it to him at the stadium before the concert started. OL3, why don't you call your friend first? Zhou Yan reminded him. Feng Yong said nonchalantly, Don't worry. If the boss doesn't have a ticket to this concert, then no one in the world will have a ticket. TCH, Fatty, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? You don't know how popular this concert is. Although Tang Ling has only debuted for a short time, she has a huge number of fans. Moreover, her voice is too beautiful. How do I describe it? Sinosaurus held it in for a long time before finally thinking of a word. Heavenly music. Listening to her sing is like listening to heavenly music. It's ethereal and elegant, making people forget countless troubles. It can truly cleanse the soul. Seeing Sinosaurus's intoxicated expression, Zhou Yang and Wang Shiji didn't refute him. Instead, they nodded in agreement. Tang Zhang and the others looked at each other in dismay. Speaking of which, they had never heard Linger sing before, so they really didn't know if her singing was good or bad. However, Tang Zheng knew that her voice wasn't bad, so he wasn't worried about her strength. "Boss, you're here." A person jogged over and waved from afar. Everyone hurriedly turned their heads and happened to see a charming man trotting over. Aimi stopped and panted. She put her hands on her hips and said, "I'm so tired. Aimi, I've been looking for you guys for a long time." "Aimi, are you here to deliver the tickets?" Tang Zheng guessed the purpose of his visit. Aimi smiled and nodded. "Of course. Actually, this is also my negligence. I should have arranged a seat for the boss a long time ago." "Don't be so polite. I was also on a whim. How many people do you have? I'll see if there are enough tickets. If not, I'll go get more." Aimi's gaze swept across the crowd as she asked. "We only have a few people. Are you done looking?" Aimi beamed with joy. "Enough! Boss, I'm really too busy. I'll have to trouble you to go in by yourselves. These tickets are for the best VIP seats. You can go do what you need to do." Tang Zheng took the tickets and waved his hand. Aimi left without stopping. Sinosaurus and the others looked at Tang Zheng suspiciously. Sinosaurus put an arm around Tang Zheng's shoulder and said, "Lao San, tell us the truth. What kind of relationship do you have to make them take the initiative to hand over the VIP tickets? Also, did that person call you boss? What's going on?" Chapter 1052. Seeing that everyone was cheering, Tang Zheng smiled and waved the tickets in his hand. "Hurry up and get your tickets. Otherwise, there will be a lot of people going in later." Everyone's attention was immediately attracted by the tickets, and they all rushed over to get their tickets. Tang Zheng walked towards the entrance. With the VIP tickets, they did not need to queue up and could directly enter through the VIP entrance. Hence, the few of them swaggered towards the VIP entrance. Sinosaurus raised his head like a proud rooster and chuckled. "We can finally enjoy the VIP treatment. Third bro, if you have the chance in the future, bring us along more often. Don't enjoy it alone." Tang Zheng's head moved. Since he had already taught them magic, they were naturally considered to be on the same side. Hence, for their future development, he could bring them to many occasions. It could be considered as them adapting to society in advance, which was very beneficial for them. In this way, their starting point in the future would be much higher than the average person. "All right, I'll bring you guys along next time." "Ha! You're a good brother." The few of them came to the entrance, and the ticketing staff politely checked their tickets. The group entered the stadium and immediately saw the VIP area with the best seats. When they found their seats, they found that they were actually the VIP of the VIP. Their seats were definitely the best of the best. The few of them subconsciously looked at Tang Zheng. His ability was too brilliant to be able to get such a good seat. Of course, these seats were not far from the stage. Whether it was the sound or the visual effects, they felt that this trip was not in vain. When the audience in the other VIP areas saw them, they were all suspicious. It seemed that they did not expect these people to get the best seats. However, among them, Fang Shishir and Yi Dingdang attracted a lot of attention. After all, beautiful women would be the center of attention no matter where they went. The few guys sat and whispered as they waited for the concert to start. "Boss, there's news on the internet that Park Shihun's concert has been canceled. Hee, is this your plan to take drastic measures?" Feng Yong asked with a smile. The others raised their eyebrows. Obviously, they were also attracted and asked, "Yeah, third bro, what's the drastic measures you mentioned last time? Why are you being so mysterious?" Thus, Tang Zheng decided not to hide it anymore and said, "Fatty, you guessed it right. That's my plan. Isn't Park Sherhoon trying to use the concert to attract more people? I won't let him have his way and cancel his concert. Naturally, all his plans will fall apart." Everyone's eyes lit up, and they all gave him a thumbs up, praising, "Brilliant, this is brilliant." For these so-called stars, beating them up is not as good as venting our anger. In this way, they will no longer have the qualifications to be high and mighty. Humph, they can only scram back to their Korea. This kind of person's level is too low. If you keep competing with him, you'll be praising him instead. Teach him a lesson, and he'll know how strong you are. Tang Zheng said lightly, if Park Si-hoon was a cultivator and not an ordinary person, he would definitely not let him off so easily. Most importantly, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. If Tang Zheng used his full strength, it would be like an adult bullying a child. He didn't need to do so. Actually, this was also because he recited the Ksiddhagarbha Sutra every day. The killing intent in his heart had mostly dissipated, and he became calmer. Humph, this is OL Third being benevolent. If it was me, I would have beaten him up long ago. Let's see if those fans still like him. Sinosaurus said with righteous indignation. Feng Yong also nodded in agreement. Boss is benevolent. He's lucky this time. If he still doesn't know how to tuck his tail between his legs, I'll teach him a lesson. Zhou Yan had the opposite opinion and stood together with Tang Zheng, saying, OL Third is the mature one. You guys are too impulsive. This Park Si-hoon is despicable, but he still has a company behind him. He has his own interest group. There's no need to fight to the death. The few of them still wanted to argue, but Tang Zheng immediately changed the topic. As night fell, the capital stadium was filled to the brim. In the darkness, countless fluorescent sticks and supporting signs lit up. Not only were there girls in the audience, there were also quite a few boys. Clearly, Tang Linger's influence among the boys was very significant. The lights on the stage gradually dimmed. Everyone immediately quieted down and held their breaths. They stretched their necks and looked at the center of the stage. A dot of light lit up above the stage. Starlight. A ray of starlight lit up in the darkness, like the morning star in the night sky. Soon, more and more starlight lit up, flickering like fairies blinking their eyes. The starlight dotted the night sky as if it was filled with stars. Suddenly, a white dress appeared in the starry sky. It grew from small to large, from far to near, like a fairy dancing above the river of stars. She really was dancing in the starry sky. Her graceful dance was so beautiful that it was suffocating. She moved gracefully like a swimming dragon. Her footsteps were light and graceful. Her voice was like an orchid's. Each and every one of them was beautiful and moving. Words that only existed in myths and legends to describe fairies popped out from the depths of their minds. The audience was mesmerized. The lights gradually shone on Tang Linger's body. She descended from the sky, like a fairy descending from the Milky Way. She brought with her a fairy-like aura, like a breeze. Her singing voice rang out, and her red lips parted. The ethereal and melodious voice entered everyone's mind. It was as if it had a magical power, causing their souls to tremble. The word moving was not enough to describe this feeling. Their spirits seemed to have left their bodies and floated into the air, enjoying this scene. Tang Zheng stared blankly at Linger on the stage. He did not expect that Linger on the stage would be so different from the rest. At this moment, no one present could compare to her radiance. Although Yi Dingdang and Fang Shishir did not lose to Linger in terms of beauty, at this moment, Linger's charm still far overshadowed theirs. Many people closed their eyes when they heard the last part of the song. They enjoyed the sound and the lyrics, and their spirits gained a great sense of satisfaction. When the song ended, the lights lit up. The entire stadium was silent. No one applauded or cheered. This was because everyone was immersed in the beautiful mood outlined by Linger's song. The sound lingered in the air for 3 days. Perhaps this was the experience. Pa! A soft applause rang out. It was as if a fuse had been lit. Thunderous applause immediately rang out and swept through the entire stadium. Cheers rose and fell, as if they were going to rush into the sky. A fairy descending to the mortal world. It's so moving. It's heavenly music. It's definitely heavenly music. Yes, the live effect is too shocking. It's 1,000,000 times better than listening to the recording. Of course, the recording was already very moving, but this is true perfection. The audience boiled over. The praises and applause blended together and lasted for a long time. Sinosaurus and the others almost went crazy. They clutched their chests and looked deeply impressed. They said excitedly, "This trip was worth it. This trip was worth it," after listening to this concert. Other concerts will be tasteless in the future. The others nodded in agreement. Tang Linger's gaze turned towards the VIP area. Although she could not see clearly, she knew that her master was looking at her. Everything she had today was given to her by her master. The person she wanted to sing for the most was her master. She thought silently in her heart. The corners of her mouth could not help but curl up slightly, revealing a faint smile. There is a beauty in the north, peerless and independent. One smile can topple a city, and another smile can topple a country. This faint smile immediately let the audience understand the true meaning of this poem. Immediately, they became even crazier, as if they were drunk. The song rang out again. All the noise immediately disappeared, turning into silence. Everyone was immersed in the mood created by the song. This concert was very different from other concerts. Every time Tang Linger's voice rang out, it accurately captured the hearts and minds of the audience. Therefore, no one screamed, no one made a racket, and no one sang their own voice. The only thing they did was listen. This was the essence of a concert, listening to the singer's song and experiencing the beautiful mood created by the song. Tang Linger's performance was extremely high. There wasn't a single flaw in her performance. Her continuous singing moved every single audience member. Especially when the backup dancers came on stage, the song and dance merged into one, raising the mood to a whole new level. Time passed by minute, and the concert gradually reached its climax. Under the spotlight, Tang Linger said softly, "The next song is a new song. It's a song I've been preparing for a long time. I want to sing it for one person, because without him, I wouldn't be who I am today. Everything I have was given to me by him. He is the most important person in this world. He is my everything." These words were very gentle, like a mountain stream flowing through people's hearts. However, it set off a huge wave in everyone's hearts, because these words were too much like a confession, that he must be a man. Who is this man? Can he win Tang Linger's heart? A big question mark appeared in everyone's mind, but no one was angry. There was only envy from the bottom of their hearts, and blessings. Who is that person? Someone asked loudly, "Is he here today?" Tang Linger smiled faintly and said, "He's here." As she said that, she couldn't help but look in the direction of Tang Zheng. The lights also swished to the area. Suddenly, everyone in the area was illuminated by the lights. Everyone looked at each other. They really didn't know who she was talking about. "Lao San, could it be you?" Sinosaurus exclaimed, then quickly lowered his voice and stared at Tang Zheng in disbelief. Everyone else also fixed their eyes on him. They saw that he was not surprised at all. He didn't even have much of a reaction. Tang Zheng was very clear about his important position in Linger's heart. If it weren't for him, perhaps Linger would always be that ginseng, with no chance to transform into a human. Chapter 10:53. Tang Zheng gave a noncommittal smile and looked at Linger from afar. Their eyes met, and Linger's smile became sweeter and sweeter, as if it could melt one's heart. When the audience saw this smile, it was as warm as a spring breeze. Of course, more people's eyes were focused on Tang Zheng's area, but there were too many people and they were too far away, so they couldn't see clearly. The music started again, and the ethereal singing spread throughout the venue in an instant. Suddenly, a sword appeared in Linger's hand. Wow! Many people were shocked, not knowing what she was going to do. Swoosh! The sword drew an arc in the air. Linger seemed to have become one with the sword, and the sword danced beautifully. As she sang, she danced with the sword, and the dance and song merged into one, complementing each other. Especially when she danced with the sword, her figure was valiant and elegant, like a fairy dancing with a sword in the sky. She looked carefree and intoxicated. Wow, she can even dance with a sword. She seems to be very skilled. She's an all-rounder. What can she not do? The audience cried out in surprise. At this moment, Linger was completely different from her usual weak and delicate self. The impression she gave people was too deep. Linger sang and danced, and used this method to express her friendship with Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng understood, and a myriad of emotions welled up in his heart. Without a doubt, the concert reached its climax at this moment. The audience's eyes followed Linger's elegant figure. Suddenly, she tiptoed and soared into the air. With a light flick of her wrist, she turned into a dazzling sword flower in the air. The audience thought that she was using pressure, but in reality, there was nothing on her. She was relying on her own strength. Without a doubt, this sword dance in the air was intoxicating. She slowly descended, and the singing stopped abruptly at this moment. The audience seemed to have woken up from a dream and finally cheered loudly. Suddenly, a fiery light blossomed from the stage. It was exceptionally dazzling. Many people still subconsciously thought it was a stage effect, but the scorching heat wave had already shot up to the sky. The audience in front of them were directly pushed to the ground by the heat wave. Amidst the fiery light, Tang Ling was completely surrounded. Everyone suddenly understood. Explosion! The stage actually exploded. Tang Linger was in danger. This was the only thought that appeared in everyone's minds, but they were powerless to do anything about it. Despair immediately appeared in their eyes, and screams rang out. Many people subconsciously covered their eyes, and many people widened their eyes as they watched this scene in disbelief. But some people reacted very quickly. The moment the flames soared into the sky, Tang Zheng realized that something was wrong. The pungent smell of the explosion entered his nose and immediately stimulated his cerebral cortex. Without thinking, he reacted. His body and mind moved at the same time. With a whoosh, he disappeared from his seat. The tip of his foot lightly tapped on the chair, and like a startled swan, he flew into the sky and rushed to the stage. The audience didn't even have time to notice this person who suddenly appeared. They only saw a ball of flames covering the large stage. This song was a solo performance by Tang Linger, and there were no other dancers. When Tang Zheng rushed to the stage, he saw Linger in the flames. She was like a phoenix reborn from nirvana in the flames. She waved her long sword, trying to build a barrier to protect herself. However, her power was not enough to resist such a strong explosion. The barrier built by the long sword collapsed in an instant, and the blast immediately hit her body. She was like a beautiful butterfly but was unable to block the storm and was in an extremely dangerous situation. Linger! Tang Zheng cried out hoarsely. Tang Linger suddenly raised her head and saw Tang Zheng. The flames shone on his cheeks, making him look very mighty, as if he came on fire and clouds. At this moment, her heart seemed to have been hit hard, and a crack appeared. Then, this scene and the image of Tang Zheng were completely engraved in the deepest part of her heart. In the blink of an eye, he flew in front of Tang Linger. With a big hand, he tightly hugged her waist and pulled her into his arms. The two of them were so close together that they could even feel each other's fierce heartbeat. Boom! At this moment, all the energy of the explosion was completely released, drowning the two of them. The flames soared into the sky, and the stage was destroyed. It completely collapsed. Screams and screams resounded through the sky, as if the roof of the stadium was about to be lifted off. In the eyes of the audience, Tang Linger and the stage were destroyed. Everyone had the same thought in their minds: God was jealous of beauty. The most beautiful thing in the world was indeed easily envied by God. She was gone just like that. A heartache and despair instantly occupied everyone's hearts, as if tearing their bodies and minds apart. In the explosion, only the audience in the middle of the front row was affected. Several people's chairs were pushed down, and they fell to the ground, but they were not injured. Feng Shishir and the others were also among this group of people who were affected, but a few of them did not scream. After all, they were people who had experienced big waves. Although this change was sudden, their psychological quality was still strong. Among the audience, perhaps only they noticed that Tang Zheng rushed to the stage at the critical moment. Looking at the stage that had been blown into ruins, several people immediately had an ominous premonition in their hearts. This was a bomb attack. Linger and Tang Zheng were in danger. They hurriedly wanted to rush to the rescue, but suddenly, in the flames, two figures soared into the sky. Their speed was faster than the flames of the explosion. In the blink of an eye, they were at the top of the stadium, completely avoiding the attack of the flames. Looking at this scene, as well as the burning flames and dancing figures, 8 words appeared in everyone's mind: Phoenix Nirvana, rebirth from the flames. Tang Ling was truly like a phoenix in the 9 heavens, reborn from the flames. At this moment, the beauty and charm she bloomed captured the hearts of everyone present. It was deeply imprinted in their hearts, impossible to forget. Many people would never forget this scene, even if they grew old. There was no doubt that this was a unique concert that left an extremely deep impression. The audience, who had been in despair, seemed to have been reborn. Their bodies were injected with a clear spring, and all their spirit and energy recovered. They stared at the two people in the air with burning eyes and cheered deafeningly. Of course, many people's eyes were firmly fixed on the man who was holding Tang Linger tightly. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes and was awe-inspiring. He was like an ancient war god, with a soul-stirring charm. Many girls' eyes bloomed with light. The image of Prince Charming in their hearts completely overlapped with this person and was deeply fixed in their hearts. For those in the know, this explosion was no doubt a bomb attack. But for those in the audience who didn't know, other than the initial panic, they saw Tang Ling fly high into the air. Furthermore, her height was far beyond what a normal person could fly. So, many people guessed that this scene must be a stage effect. It was to shock the audience. Tang Ling, and that man must have been bound with pressure. Therefore, the panic immediately dissipated by a lot. Many of the audience members stood up, but they did not run to the exit in a panic. Of course, if Tang Linger did not appear, panic would have immediately occupied everyone's hearts and caused irreparable bad consequences. The fire had disappeared, and the stage was in ruins. The two people slowly landed on the stage. On the dark, scorched earth, the image of the two people was completely different from the surrounding environment. Even their clothes were not dirty or messy, creating a strong contrast. The thought from just now came up again. This was the true rebirth of a phoenix, a rebirth from the fire. There was no doubt that Tang Linger was this phoenix. After this battle, she became even more beautiful and moving. AI Mi's heart was about to jump out of her chest. Like the other staff members, she knew that this was an explosion and definitely not a stage effect. However, they were all shocked and stupefied. Everyone subconsciously wanted to dodge, but when they saw that the explosion was limited to the stage and did not spread to the side, they forcibly stopped the urge to run away. AI Mi actually rushed to the stage without a care for his own safety. When he stood at the edge of the stage, he just happened to see the two people descending from the sky. His body froze and his expression froze. Linger is actually fine. When he saw the person next to him, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. With him here, how could anything happen to Linger? In the past, he already had an extremely deep impression of his boss's mysteriousness and power. At this moment, this impression was even deeper and had undergone a tremendous change. However, he could no longer find an accurate adjective to describe him. After racking his brain, he could only think of one word: God, because this was the only word that could describe him. However, he still anxiously wanted to rush up and get the two people out of this place. As soon as he took a step forward, he was stopped by Tang Zheng's gaze. He subconsciously stopped his footsteps. He did not understand Tang Zheng's meaning, but he still chose to believe Tang Zheng without hesitation. Tang Zheng was very angry. His eyes burned with a raging anger, as if he had merged into one with the remaining flames around him. He knew better than many people that this was a bomb attack and not a stage effect. Who was so vicious as to want to harm Linger? If he had not coincidentally come to this concert, if he had not been so close to the stage, then with Linger's cultivation, even if she was not killed by the explosion, she would definitely have been seriously injured. Linger was his family, so this kind of injury was like it was on his body. If the enemy wanted to deal with him, he would just hold up his sword and meet the attack. However, if the enemy wanted to deal with the people around him, then his anger would definitely be beyond measure, because the enemy had already touched his reverse scale. Tang Linger was one of his reverse scales. His mind quickly turned. One figure after another flashed through his mind, trying to figure out who arranged this attack. Lord, 100 Change, Star-Lord, Yi Mansion. Chapter 10:54. Although he had guessed so many people behind the scenes, Tang Zheng did not immediately flare up. Since the other party had done such a thing, they must have run away long ago and would not stay at the scene. Therefore, it was useless to get angry now. What he should think about now was how to end the concert so that it would not be a mess. Although it had already been messed up, it could not develop in a worse direction. This was Linger's first concert, so it was very important. Linger, do the last few movements and complete your sword dance. Tang Zheng whispered in Linger's ear. Although Linger didn't understand what he meant, she still did as she was told. With the last few moves of the sword dance, the performance came to an end. Immediately, the audience burst into thunderous applause. At this point, all the audience had forgotten their worries and panic. They believed that this was the stage effect of the organizers and did not associate it with a bomb attack. This was truly a unique performance. Since ancient times, there had never been such a scene on the surface. It was ingenious and unique. Suddenly, the audience was boiling. The cheers were thunderous and rushed into the sky. That's great. I was scared just now. I thought it was an explosion attack. I was so scared that I had a heart attack. Yes, me too. So this is the stage effect. Only Tang Linger would dare to create such a stage effect. She is really a fairy. No one can guess. This must be a method they have tried many times, so you are all worried for nothing. If they dare to do this, they naturally have the confidence, but the effect is definitely good. What's the name of this song? I didn't hear what she said just now. Everyone looked at Tang Linger. Tang Zheng had already regained his composure and said, "This song is called Nirvana. I hope everyone likes it." In fact, her sword dance and song did not have a name. This was a last-minute idea, but it was the name that was most in line with the effect of the scene and her state of mind. Throughout her journey, she was the best synonym for nirvana, from a ginseng to a human form, and now she was a celebrity. Every step she took was not easy. It was as if she was going through a raging inferno. Finally, in this explosion, she completed the final step, bathing in fire and nirvana. Hearing this name, everyone felt that it was too appropriate. It was exactly the same as what they thought when they watched the performance. Nirvana, this name is too fitting. That's right, it's already too wonderful. It fits perfectly with the performance just now. I dare say that this will definitely become a concert. It is destined to be remembered by people. We are witnesses to a miracle. We are so lucky. This trip was not in vain. Everyone was discussing animatedly, and Tang Zheng naturally heard the gist of it. Only then did he feel relieved. This concert did not turn into a mess because of the explosion. Instead, because of the ingenious countermeasures of the two, the concert was pushed to a climax. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. Of course, Tang Zheng definitely did not think that this was a good thing. The mastermind behind this must pay a painful price. No matter who it was, he would not let them go. This is the end of the concert. Tang Zheng reminded them in a low voice. The stage had been turned into ruins, and the atmosphere had reached the climax. There was no need to continue. Moreover, the concert was already nearing its end. At this time, it stopped abruptly. The aftertaste was endless, leaving more room for imagination for the audience. Tang Linger took a few steps forward and closed the distance between her and the audience. Tang Zheng quietly retreated into the darkness behind the scenes. Tang Linger said a few sincere closing words, and then the concert ended with cheers and applause. Tang Zheng's time on the stage was very short, and many people's attention was attracted by the explosion just now. In addition, the distance was relatively far, so most people did not see Tang Zheng's face clearly. Seeing him quietly come down, many people subconsciously thought that he was the person that Tang Linger was talking about. But seeing him quietly come down, they all thought that he was a staff member of the dance team and did not investigate further. Tang Zheng's appearance was short-lived and did not attract much attention, but for Sinosaurus and the others, it was extremely shocking. They instantly confirmed that Tang Zheng was the person that Tang Linger was talking about. Immediately, all kinds of feelings welled up in their hearts. They looked at each other and whispered to each other, "Lao Sen is really hiding too deep." It turns out that his relationship with Tang Linger is so unusual. No wonder he can get such a precious VIP ticket. The others nodded. Lao Sen is not honest. We will interrogate him later. Do you think that was really a stage effect, just now? The few of them were silent for a while before saying, "Although it seems so, my intuition is definitely not simple. Let's go backstage and see if Lao Sen needs any help." They reached an agreement and avoided the other people who were leaving the stage and walked backstage, but they were stopped at the door. From afar, they saw Tang Zheng with a livid face and was asking something. Their hearts thumped, and they immediately understood that their guess was right. It really was not a stage effect, but a real explosion. Who would want to attack Tang Linger? How could someone do such a vicious thing to such a beautiful girl? It was simply crazy. They were extremely angry and waved at Tang Zheng from afar. Tang Zheng turned his head and glanced at them, signaling the staff to let them go. The few of them rushed forward and asked, "Lao San, what happened?" Yi Dingdang and Fang Shishi's attention was on Tang Zheng. They touched Tang Zheng's body and asked with concern, "Are you hurt?" Tang Zheng shook his head and said, "I'm fine. Linger is also fine. This is a blessing in disguise. Someone wants to harm Linger. I've already asked AI me to check the surveillance. We must find out who is behind this." Fang Shishi was extremely worried. She lowered her voice and asked, "Could it be the High Lord?" Tang Zheng did not comment because he did not know the specific answer. He had made many enemies since his debut, and as long as it was someone with a certain level of strength, it would not be difficult to investigate his relationship with Tang Linger. If they could not deal with him, it was not impossible for them to turn around and deal with Tang Linger. Tang Linger held on to Tang Zheng's arm. There was not much panic on her face. Instead, there was a sweet smile on her lips. Their attention was immediately attracted to her. They stared at the two of them, holding hands. Sinosaurus could not help but ask, "Lao San, what is your relationship with Tang Linger?" "She's my sister," Tang Zheng said lightly. The few of them looked at each other and slapped their heads. They suddenly realized and said, "That's right. You're both surnamed Tang. We should have thought of this long ago. So you're siblings. Lao San, you hit it well. You actually didn't tell us that you have such a female celebrity sister." Tang Zheng's face darkened. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and he did not have any intention of continuing. Zhou Yan observed the situation and immediately noticed Tang Zheng's reaction. He touched Sinosaurus's shoulder and motioned for him to speak less. At this time, AI Me hurriedly ran over with a notebook in her hand. She shouted from afar, "Boss, we've analyzed the surveillance footage and found out that someone deliberately placed the bomb under the stage. We were negligent in our work and did not notice it." Tang Zheng did not comment. He coldly watched the surveillance video on the computer. It showed a thin man wearing a baseball cap carrying a luggage bag into the staff area. Then he quietly went under the stage and placed the luggage bag in a dark corner under the stage. There was no doubt that the source of the explosion was this luggage bag. This person was wearing a hat the whole time. He was very vigilant. The surveillance did not capture his face, so we don't know who he is. "AI?" Me said dejectedly. Her heart was very sullen, and her anger was ready to move. If he knew who it was, he would definitely want to kill the other party. The other party's intentions were too vicious. Looking at the figure methodically and unhurriedly doing everything and safely leaving, his eyes were about to burst into flames. The bomb was right below where Tang Linger was standing. If it wasn't for Tang Linger's cultivation and timely reaction, coupled with Tang Zheng sitting in front of her and saving her in time, it would have led to a disaster. Another very important point was that the strength of the bomb was not enough. Otherwise, even if he was there, he would not be able to save her. At that time, not only would it hurt Tang Linger, but it would also affect the audience in the front row. At that time, there would be a lot of casualties, and it would be an important place in the capital. The consequences would definitely be very frightening. Tang Zheng stared at the figure, his eyes slightly narrowed into slits. This person was thin and tall, like a bamboo pole. Which force sent this person? For a moment, he couldn't guess. "Boss, should we call the police?" Aimi asked worriedly. Tang Zheng thought about it and shook his head to refuse. No need. There was no wall in the world that didn't have a crack. If they called the police, the explosion attack would definitely be leaked. At that time, All the work they had done before would be in vain, and this concert would be ruined. Even Tang Linger's Star Road could be considered to have come to an end, because in the future, no one would dare to take the risk of being bombed to see her concert. Tang Zheng would never allow such a situation to happen. This is the effect of the show that you have rehearsed long ago. Understand? Tang Zheng stared at AI Me and asked coldly. AI Me was not stupid. After being in the entertainment industry for so many years, she had long been a smart person. With a thought, she immediately understood Tang Zheng's intention. She couldn't help but sigh at the boss's power. A bomb attack could be averted just like that, and it could also add fuel to the fire, making Tang Linger's fame even more famous. AI Me nodded quickly. Understood, boss, don't worry. No one will ever say half a word, let alone let the media know and damage Linger's reputation. Tang Zheng remained calm and continued to stare at the figure. He had already competed with the other party. If he didn't see the other party's origin, he would not give up. This person is like a bamboo pole. He doesn't look like an assassin. Aren't assassins all big and tall? Do Long muttered to himself in confusion. Chapter 10:55. No wonder he felt a sense of déjà vu. The word bamboo pole reminded him, and he immediately recognized the person. His eyes flashed with a terrifying cold light as he gritted his teeth and said, "It's Park Si-hoon." Park Si-hoon? Everyone was stunned as their eyeballs fell to the ground. They stared at the screen in disbelief as they tried to recall the person in their memories. Sure enough, the more they looked at it, the more they found it to be Park Si-hoon. Fong Shishir and Yi Dingdang had a deep impression of this person and said in unison, "Yes, it's him." Everyone else nodded in agreement as they were filled with righteous indignation. Sinosaurus fiercely punched the pillar beside him and said fiercely, "He's so vicious. If we knew that he would do this, we wouldn't have let him off that day. Let's go and find him. We must catch this kind of person." Feng Yong was also furious. Zhou Yin looked at Tang Zheng and asked, "Third brother, what are you going to do?" Tang Zheng clenched his fists tightly. Without a doubt, this incident was caused by him. Linger almost became a sacrifice, so it was inevitable for him to blame himself. "I will definitely take revenge for this." After Tang Zheng finished speaking, he turned around and left. "Brother, where are you going?" Tang Linger hurriedly held onto his hand. Tang Zheng looked at her gently as he stroked her hair and said gently, "Linger, your singing today was great. You must be tired. Go back and rest. I'll go and vent your anger for you." Tang Linger nodded and said unwillingly, "Brother, can you accompany Linger?" Tang Zheng's heart softened after experiencing the incident. Although she looked calm on the surface, as if she wasn't affected, she was in fact greatly affected. He could only nod and say, "All right, I'll send you home." Tang Linger's face immediately lit up with joy as she held Tang Zheng's hand even tighter. "You guys go back first. Don't spread the news about this matter. Since Park Si-hoon dared to do such a thing, I will definitely make him regret being born into this world." Looking at Tang Zheng's gaze, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that Park Si-hoon was in deep trouble. No one thought that he was pitiful. On the contrary, they thought that he had only himself to blame. His actions had incurred the wrath of both man and God. No matter how they dealt with him, it would not be excessive. Everyone left the stadium one after another. There were still many spectators outside the stadium who hadn't left yet. They were discussing this unprecedented concert, and the response was excellent. Sinosaurus and the others took the bus back to school, while Tang Zheng and the others drove back home. With no one else around, Fong Shishir finally asked, "What are you going to do with that person?" This kind of immoral person with a heart as poisonous as a scorpion naturally cannot remain in this world, Tang Zheng said. Fang Shishi's eyelids twitched. She glanced at Tang Linger and said, "This person's actions are truly too vile. He must be taught a harsh lesson." Tang Linger looked up at Tang Zheng and said, "Master, I don't even know this person. Why did he attack me with a bomb?" Once there was no one else around, Linger automatically changed the way she addressed Tang Zheng. This was a question that had been lingering in her heart, and she finally asked it now. Tang Zheng's face revealed a guilty expression. He held Linger's hand and said, "Linger, this is all my fault for implicating you. I promise that this will never happen again." Linger hurriedly shook her head and said, "You are Linger's master. How can you say such things? No matter what Master does, Linger will never blame Master. Moreover, this is definitely because that person is too evil, so Master can't be blamed." The few of them returned to the villa. Tang Zheng accompanied Linger and chatted for a while. He watched her fall asleep before leaving the room. Everyone else sat in the living room and looked at him. Yi Dingdang couldn't hold it in and asked first, "What are you going to do?" Tang Zheng's face instantly darkened. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he said, "This kind of person can't be tolerated." "You want to kill him?" Fang Shishi asked. Tang Zheng raised his eyebrows and asked, "Can't I? This person is a celebrity after all. If he were to die an unnatural death, he would gain countless good reputations. This would be letting him off too easily. What does he value the most? With his own influence, just killing him would be giving him a quick death." Fang Shishi analyzed methodically. Tang Zheng looked at him in confusion and asked, "Then how do you want to deal with him?" Fang Shishi said without hesitation, "Let him lose his reputation and then pay the price he deserves." Tang Zheng declined to comment. Fang Shishi advised, "Although it's not enough for him to die 100 times, but if you only kill him and dirty your hands, we will think of another way to make him suffer a fate worse than death." "What way?" Tang Zheng asked. Fang Shishi thought for a while and said, "There is always a way, as long as we try hard to think of it." Tang Zheng firmly shook his head and said, "There is no need to be so complicated. To deal with this kind of person, if you spend too much time thinking of various methods, then you are really thinking highly of him. He is just a Korean stick. He does not have the qualifications to make me spend so much effort. The simplest and most effective method is to destroy his body." "Do you really want to kill him?" Fang Shishi asked worriedly. Tang Zheng nodded affirmatively. Marshall, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly stood up and said, "I will go with you." After listening to the experience of this concert, Marshall's heart was also filled with anger. She was usually a decisive person, so she said resolutely, "Kill this kind of person. There is no need to go through so much trouble. I will do it." Yi Dingdang nodded in agreement. "Back then on campus, I was very unhappy with him. Since he is this kind of scum, he deserves to die." "All right, you guys decide." Fang Shishi did not insist. "Let's go." Tang Zheng signaled to Marshall and left the house with large strides, completely blending into the darkness of the night. Park Shi-hoon had already moved, but he had long been targeted by Tang Zheng. No matter where he moved, he could not escape his eyes. Therefore, Tang Zheng and Marshall easily found his new residence. It was a 5-star hotel, and he and his team lived in a luxurious suite. However, he lived alone in a suite. Tang Zheng and Marshall quietly broke through the door. The living room was empty, and the bedroom door was wide open with the sound of heavy breathing coming out. Tang Zheng and Marshall looked at each other and immediately understood what was going on. Marshall's cheeks flashed with a hint of red, and she whispered, "This person is too shameless." Tang Zheng snorted and thought to himself, What is this? I just saw a live broadcast a few days ago. When he walked into the bedroom, he saw two naked people on the huge TV screen. When he took a closer look, he saw that one of them was Park Si-hoon and the other was an unfamiliar girl. However, she looked extremely young. The two people who were in the middle of a fierce battle did not notice that someone had entered and were still exercising while talking. The girl in this video is too young. The last time I came to Hwasia, she took the initiative to come to my hotel and offer her body. Ha! She is still underage. Park Si-hoon said loudly as if he was showing off. Jean Meiji smiled and said, "If it wasn't for your great charm, then these little girls would all recommend themselves to sleep with you. That is their honor. Hee, but I'm afraid even in their dreams, they would never have thought that their actions would be recorded by you. Only this way can I have an endless aftertaste. I have already collected quite a few, and I am really liking this place more and more. Not only can I make a lot of money, but I can also enjoy so many beauties. Didn't you say you were going to deal with Tang Linger? How come you didn't do anything tonight and only focused on this matter?" "What do you mean I didn't do anything? I finished long ago. When we finish this matter, the news will definitely be out. At that time, we can enjoy my masterpiece together," Park Si-hoon said proudly. He spent a lot of effort to obtain the bomb, and then carefully placed it below the stage and quickly left. His mood was both excited and nervous, but more than that, it was the excitement of his scheme succeeding. He couldn't help but imagine the scene of Tang Linger being blown up into the sky. He felt that it would definitely be wonderful. It was precisely because he was looking forward to such a scene that his heart was unable to contain his excitement. That was why he directly pushed Jean Meiji down on the bed to do some exercise to relieve the tension. After the battle ended, he would then go and admire the results of his battle. Jean Meiji looked at him suspiciously and asked, "What did you do?" "I blew Tang Linger up into the sky," Park Si-hoon said with a sinister expression. "What? You used explosives? Is there a problem? This is the capital of Hwasia. What if the police investigate?" Jean Meiji said worriedly. Park Si-hoon was full of confidence and said nonchalantly, "How will the police investigate? Everything will be blown to ashes, and not even a speck will be left. What's there to be afraid of?" "I'm just afraid of what if. There's no what if. If you don't believe in my strength, I will teach you a lesson," Park Si-hoon said as he suddenly increased the intensity of his movements. At this moment, Jean Meiji could only gasp for breath and said intermittently, "Why are you so ferocious this time?" "I've always been this ferocious." Park Si-hoon's eyes lit up and did not even blink when he lied. He grabbed her neck with his hands and veins popped out on his forehead. His cheeks were flushed red, making him look extremely ferocious. "This daddy will let you know how powerful I am." Tang Zheng and Marshall looked at the two of them, who were intensely exercising with indifference. Suddenly, Jean Meiji saw Tang Zheng and Marshall at the door from the corner of her eyes. She was so frightened that she screamed. The emotions that she had been accumulating suddenly collapsed, and her face turned pale as she screamed, "There's someone here!" Park Si-hoon immediately turned his head and saw Tang Zheng and Marshall at the door. He was instantly frightened out of his wits and blurted out, "Why are you guys here?" Tang Zheng coldly snorted and said, "Do you really think that your plan is flawless?" "What do you mean?" Park Si-hoon asked, still in shock. "If you don't want others to know, then don't do it. So you're actually a scumbag with a human face, but a beast heart. You actually came to Hwasia to deceive our girls. Your beastly behavior ends here." Tang Zheng grabbed his hair and dragged him down from Jean Meiji's body like a dead dog. Chapter 10:56. Park Sherhoon was like a stray dog as he curled up into a ball. Looking at Tang Zheng with a guilty conscience, he timidly asked, "You trespassed into my room. I want to sue you." Tang Zheng sneered. "You dare to complain first? Have you forgotten what you've done?" "What have I done?" Park Sherhoon asked with a guilty conscience. "If you don't want anyone to know, then don't do it in the first place." "I don't understand what you're talking about. I heard everything you said earlier. Furthermore, what you did in the gymnasium was also recorded by the surveillance camera." Tang Zheng coldly said, "You're framing me." Park Sherhoon's heart was pounding. He guessed that the bomb must have been detonated, but he had no idea what the outcome was. However, he guessed that the effect must have been great, which was why Tang Zheng was in such a hurry to find him. But it was a pity that he was seen through by the other party, which made him feel a deep sense of defeat. However, he did not decide to admit defeat. Instead, he gradually regained his composure and raised his head with a disdainful smile. "Do you think it's me just because you say so? What evidence do you have?" "The evidence is what you said earlier. Are you still trying to quibble?" "Haha, do you think the police will believe you?" Park Sherhoon sneered. "Police?" Tang Zheng snorted. "Do you think that I will hand you over to the police? You're too naive. What can you do to me if I don't hand you over to the police? Let me tell you, I have a powerful international team of lawyers. I can get out of this in minutes and even sue you. At that time, who knows who will be the unlucky one?" Park Sherhoon arrogantly said. "A despicable and unscrupulous person like you actually came to Yenching University to study? You're simply an insult to this prestigious school. Since you're still trying to quibble, then I won't talk nonsense with you. I'll make you pay for your actions," Tang Zheng indifferently said as he approached the other party. "What are you trying to do?" Park Sherhoon cried out in fright. "Don't you like to bring harm to our Chinese girls? I will make you pay the price." Tang Zheng pulled him up and pressed his finger on his Yintang acupoint. His whole body suddenly trembled, and his expression changed from fear to malevolence. Then his eyes widened like a hungry wolf. With a howl, he directly pounced on the cowering Jean Meiji on the bed. "Ah, what do you want?" Jean Meiji shrieked as she looked at the ferocious Park Sherhoon. It was as if he had turned into another person, a beast. Park Sherhoon didn't reply. His pupils dilated as everything in front of him changed. His consciousness was still clear, but his body was not under the control of his consciousness. Instead, it was controlled by an extremely strong impulse. He was very frightened, but there was nothing he could do. There was only one impulse in his heart: to release his most primitive instinct. Moreover, the intensity of this impulse was unprecedented, penetrating deep into his bones and nerves. He did not know what had happened to his body, but there was no doubt that it was Tang Zheng's doing. He couldn't even say a word, as his body and mind were completely dominated by this impulse. He pushed Jean Meiji down without any restraint and merged into one amidst her terrified screams. Then, the room resounded with the sound of an intense battle. Tang Zheng and Marshall retreated out of the bedroom. Marshall looked at Tang Zheng suspiciously and asked, "You're not going to kill him?" Tang Zheng coldly laughed. "Do you think that's possible? He deserved to die. If I don't kill him, should I wait for him to come and kill me? But Shershur's reminder is reasonable. Not only do I have to kill him, but I also have to destroy his reputation. This is the true revenge. Don't look at how cool he is now. In fact, he is like a machine that will never stop unless he falls down." "What do you mean?" "I cast a small spell on his body. This spell was something that I found from the demon god. I originally did not plan to use it because it was rather vicious. However, to deal with this kind of person with a human face and a beast heart, this spell is the most suitable." "What is the use of this spell?" Marshall curiously asked. "This spell can summon a person's most primal instincts, and it can be magnified. Then it will appear in his body, and he will become like this. Gene Meiji will become a tool for him to vent. Then he will not stop until he dies of exhaustion." Die of exhaustion. Marshall's heart trembled as he immediately understood what Tang Zheng meant. For this kind of person with a human face and a beast heart, this kind of punishment was undoubtedly the most suitable. "Then he will also die. Yes, he will not live past tonight." "Then what about Jean Meiji?" "Humph, this kind of woman who betrays her country for glory deserves to die. However, whether or not she can survive will depend on her luck," Tang Zheng said without any pity. "Later, we will make a phone call and tell the reporters the room number. They will definitely be happy to report this kind of thing, and Park Shihun's heroic deeds will naturally be exposed. This kind of person's true face will also be exposed to everyone. This is more useful than simply killing him," Tang Zheng added. Marshall's eyes lit up as he nodded in agreement. The two of them left the hotel and did not continue to enjoy the intense battle. At the same time, the internet was in an uproar. News of Tang Linger's concert quickly made it to the front page of every major news portal. It even became a hot topic on Weibo. Everyone was discussing the concert. Of course, what people were talking about was her ethereal voice and the enjoyment of listening to it. All the audience felt that this concert was really worth it. In addition, the most eye-catching thing was the carefully arranged Phoenix Nirvana at the end. Especially under the guidance of a certain amount of public opinion, most of the audience believed that it was a prearranged stage effect and was definitely not an accident. Although there were a few opposing opinions, they were quickly drowned out by the overwhelming majority of voices. After that, no one questioned the matter anymore. Instead, they were all in awe. They were all in awe of Tang Ling-er and her team's courage and adventurous spirit. Because of this concert, Tang Ling-er's fame had truly increased once again. She wasn't inferior to those popular superstars now, and had attracted even more fans. Park Shihun probably did not expect that his carefully planned attack would become an opportunity for Tang Ling-er to increase her fame. Instead, it was a blessing in disguise for her. At the first glimmer of dawn, many entertainment reporters received news that Park Shihun was staying in a certain suite in a certain hotel. The reporters had a keen sense of smell and immediately connected it to the topic of Park Shihun and Tang Linger's concert some time ago. Since Tang Linger's concert was so successful and Park Shihun's concert was canceled at the last minute, it was natural that they could interview Park Shihun and see his reaction. This was also a very good entry point for their report. Hence, when they found out where Park Shihun was staying, they all sneaked into the hotel. When they arrived at the corresponding room, they noticed that the door was unlocked. With a gentle push, the door opened. Reporters loved breaking news. Since the other party didn't even lock the door, they would naturally sneak in openly. When they saw the two naked people lying on the bed, which were none other than Park Si-hoon and his assistant, Kim Mi-ji, the sound of snapping photos rang out nonstop. No matter what, they couldn't go wrong in recording this scene. This was breaking news that would definitely make people's eyeballs pop out. Although there were already indecent videos of Park Shihun and Kim Mi-ji on the internet a few days ago, they never expected that the two of them would not know how to restrain themselves and get together again. Now that so many reporters had taken photos, there was no way for him to deny it. He would definitely fall into a whirlpool of criticism. However, this wasn't the problem that the reporters were worried about. They just wanted to report and record the hot news, and this scene happened to fulfill all of the conditions. Seeing that the two of them did not have any reaction despite the huge commotion, the reporters looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Could it be that the two of them were so magnanimous that they wanted them to take photos as much as they wanted, but after taking photos of all positions and positions, there was nothing else to take? Hence, it was time to wake the two of them up. Park Shi-hoon, wake up! Someone pushed Park Shi-hoon's shoulder. All of a sudden, Park Shi-hoon slipped and flipped over from Kim Mae-ji's side. He raised his head with a ferocious expression. His eyes were wide open and his face was ashen. He looked like a ferocious ghost. Ah! The reporters finally screamed. Seeing this scene, even a fool could understand what was going on. Some of them were bold enough to test Park Shi-hoon's heartbeat, only to find that his chest was cold. There wasn't any heartbeat at all. He's dead. Everyone looked at each other, their expressions changing at the same time. How did he die? Look at his lower body. Someone pointed at Park Shi-hoon's lower body. Everyone looked over and saw that his lower body was covered in blood. Even the naked Kim Mae-ji's lower body was covered in blood. The bedsheet was dyed red with blood. What? What's going on? Who knows? Ah! Suddenly, Kim Mae-ji sat up straight on the bed. Her hair was messy and her face was dirty. She looked like a lunatic. Everyone was shocked by this scene and screamed because everyone subconsciously thought that she was dead. They didn't expect her to still be alive. Click, click, click. The sound of camera shutters rang out as they recorded this unbelievable and horrifying moment. Thereafter, everyone surrounded Jean Mae-ji and impatiently asked, "Miss Jean, may I ask what's your relationship with Park Si-hoon? Are you lovers?" "Yes, how did Park Shi-hoon die?" Looking at the group of heads in front of her, Kim Mae-ji's face became blank. She tilted her head and looked at the reporters blankly for a while. Then, like a walking corpse, she walked to the door naked. Chapter 10:57. Seeing Jean Mae-ji's abnormal reaction. The reporters looked at each other in dismay. In the end, one of them weakly said, "She seems to have gone crazy?" The others nodded their heads. There was a big difference between a normal person and a lunatic. Immediately, everyone became more interested in what happened last night. A few reporters did not give up and chased after Jean Mae-ji. They stopped her and asked, "Miss Jean, may I ask what happened last night?" Jean Mae-ji looked at him blankly and then directly bumped into him. Seeing her covered in blood, although she was naked, there was no beauty in it. Instead, it made people want to vomit. That reporter was so scared that he screamed and hurriedly retreated. Of course, this farce did not last long. Some reporters had already called the police. When the police arrived, they found that the scene had already been messed up by the reporters. They could not find any useful clues. Even the hotel's surveillance camera did not capture anything unusual. In the end, they could only leave it as it was. However, the reporters published what they had seen and heard on various major media outlets. Although they did not make up any lies, just what they had seen and heard gave the public a lot of room for imagination. Many people filled in the details in their imaginations. The most common guess was that Park Shi-hoon was unable to satisfy his greed. In the end, his body was hollowed out and he died of exhaustion. Park Shi-hoon's remaining fame instantly collapsed. All of his fans turned against him. No one dared to say that they were his fans. Many people secretly scolded themselves for being blind. There were even more people who ran to Park Shi-hoon's Weibo to curse him. Early in the morning, Tang Zhang was still in bed when he was forcefully dragged out of bed. Yi Ding-dang impatiently pointed at the phone screen and asked, "Look, what is this?" Tang Zhang glanced at it and said without any surprise, "He deserved it." Seeing his indifferent reaction, Yi Ding-dang did not give up and said, "Why is your reaction so calm? Is there a need to be surprised?" Tang Zhang asked back. Yi Ding-dang looked at him with a strange expression and said, You and Marshall went out for so long last night. I didn't even know when you came back. What did you guys do? Don't tell me that it has nothing to do with this matter." Tang Zheng shrugged and smiled faintly. "Since you've already guessed it, then I don't need to say more." The corners of Yi Dingdong's mouth gradually blossomed into a smile as she planted a kiss on Tang Zheng's cheek and said, "This is the kind of man I like. To deal with a big bad guy like Park Shi-hoon, one should use thunderous methods. What was the point of being soft-hearted? Although Shi is kind-hearted, being too soft-hearted is not a good thing." "Shi is mainly kind-hearted," Tang Zheng explained. "Of course I know, but I can't do it. Hee, what you're doing is really satisfying." When the two of them walked out of the room, everyone looked over. Naturally, they also saw the news and started cheering. Even Fong Shi was no exception. This was because the media reported that Park Si-hoon had tricked Hua Xia into shooting that kind of indecent video. This touched Fong Shi's bottom line. "Tang Zheng, I'm sorry. I didn't expect Park Si-hoon to be such a person yesterday. So I said those words," Fong Shi said shyly. Tang Zheng stroked her hair and said, "Don't take it to heart. This is nothing." Fong Shi sighed in relief and said, "This kind of person shouldn't be alive in this world. What you did was to get rid of love for the people and prevent other innocent girls from falling into his hands." Tang Linger rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked out. Seeing the room full of people, she lazily said, "You guys woke up so early." Yi Dingdang impatiently pulled Tang Linger and talked about Park Si-hoon's fate. After Tang Linger finished listening, she stared blankly at Tang Zheng and asked, "Master, did you do all this for Linger?" Tang Zheng smiled and said, "This person deserved it. This kind of thing won't happen again." Linger was touched and threw herself into Tang Zheng's embrace. She hugged him tightly and buried her head in his chest, sobbing, "Master is too good to Linger." The others immediately fell silent. They looked at each other and suddenly realized something. In the past, they all treated Tang Linger as a little girl. In fact, she was just a kind and innocent girl. She was already a beautiful young lady and was the goddess in countless people's hearts. Her charm was unquestionable. Her relationship with Tang Zheng was very special, but now it seemed to be developing in another direction. It was just that they didn't realize it. The few of them saw the worry in each other's eyes, but they didn't mention it. In any case, they all thought of the same thing. Would she also become Tang Zheng's confidant? The few of them felt a sense of crisis at the same time. Cough, cough. Yi Dingdang couldn't help but let out a dry cough, as if to remind the two of them. Tang Zheng looked at her in confusion, not knowing what was going on. Sure. If anything happens in the future, Sister Dingdang can also protect you." Yi Dingdang pulled Tang Linger out of Tang Zheng's embrace. Tang Linger's eyes were still filled with tears. She gently nodded and said, "With Master's protection, Linger is not afraid at all." Tang Zheng saw that their expressions were a bit abnormal and wanted to ask them clearly. He patted Linger's shoulder and said, "Linger, you and Sister Shi go out and buy some breakfast." Fong Shi understood, tacitly, and quickly took Tang Linger out. Tang Zheng curiously looked at the few people who stayed behind and asked, "Why are your expressions so strange? What happened?" Yi Dingdang anxiously asked, "Tang Zheng, what is the relationship between you and Linger?" "Brother and sister relationship. You've always treated her as a sister," Tang Zheng said in confusion, not understanding what they meant. "Brother and sister relationship? Have you asked Linger what she thinks?" Marshall could not help but interject. It was obvious that the reactions of the few women were not much different from each other regarding this topic. "She is just an ignorant little girl. What else can she think?" Tang Zheng shrugged and said disapprovingly. Yi Dingdang curled her lips and said, "Little girl? What kind of look is that? She is already a girl and is no different from other girls. She is just more beautiful. Her thoughts are not much different from other girls. You know what this means?" Tang Zheng shook his head. "Are you pretending not to understand, or do you really not understand?" Tang Zheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I really don't understand. There's no need to pretend." Yi Dingdang and Marshall looked at each other and said at the same time, "Linger likes you." "What? How is that possible?" Tang Zheng seemed to have his tail stepped on as he shouted. "What's impossible about that? She's already a big girl. Don't tell me she doesn't like people. Moreover, we don't need to say what kind of image you have in her heart. You are usually so smart. Don't tell me you haven't thought of this point." Yi Dingdang asked aggressively. Tang Zheng had never thought of this point. In his impression, Linger had always been like a child who had not grown up. In all honesty, he really did not have any thoughts about her. However, after hearing Yi Dingdang's words, Tang Zheng came back to his senses. It seemed that Linger was indeed very dependent on him. However, this was also because of the complicated relationship between the two of them. He shook his head fiercely and denied without hesitation. "No, how is that possible? It's impossible for me and her. Don't let your imagination run wild." "We are not letting our imaginations run wild. We are taking precautions," Marshall firmly said. "Marshall, weren't you very reasonable in the past? Why are you messing around with Ding Dang now?" Tang Zheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he asked. Marshall said with a firm expression, "I am not being unreasonable. It is just a woman's intuition. Linger's feelings for you are becoming more and more obvious." "But I don't have that kind of thought." Tang Zheng tried to defend himself, but it seemed very weak. How can we not know what a man is thinking, eating from the bowl and looking at the pot? Moreover, he already has a few bowls and is still not satisfied. "Humph!" Yi Dingdang tenderly snorted and pouted. Tang Zheng was greatly embarrassed and said, "How could I be that kind of person?" "All right, don't let your imagination run wild." Ding-ling-ling. Just at this time, his phone rang. As if he was grabbing onto a life-saving straw, he hurriedly picked up the phone and pretended to loudly ask, "Hello, who is this?" "Young Master Tang, it's me, Ji Wuxiang." "Director Ji, why are you calling so early? I have already prepared everything here, so I would like to ask young Master Tang for help." Tang Zheng's head moved as he remembered that Ji Wuxiang had once said that he wanted to ask Tang Zheng to help him set up sky chess. Tang Zheng also wanted to understand more about sky chess, so he agreed at that time. He did not expect him to start so soon. Tang Zheng hurriedly agreed. "No problem. I will go find you now. Are you still at the chess club?" He wished he could immediately leave the house. Otherwise, he would definitely be ruthlessly interrogated by several women. Facing a dangerous battle, he was not afraid at all, but facing so many women, he was at a loss of what to do. "Yes, I will wait for young Master Tang at the chess club." Tang Zheng hung up the phone. Seeing that the others were about to speak, he hurriedly said in a serious tone, "Ji Wuxiang has some matters to attend to, so I have to go first." "You're looking for an excuse to slip away again," Yi Dingdang sourly said. "How can this be considered slipping away? This is a serious matter. Don't let your imagination run wild. Take advantage of the weekend to rest at home. I'll be leaving first." With that, he left as if he was escaping. Yi Dingdang hatefully stomped her foot and complained, "So hateful. Once we talk about serious matters, he runs away. He must have a guilty conscience." Marshall slightly shook her head and said, "He just realized it later. Maybe he really doesn't have any other thoughts. We are overthinking it." Even if he doesn't, Linger definitely does. We have to be on guard. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too easy for him? Yi Dingdang indignantly said. Then what if the two of them really are like that? Marshall asked worriedly. Yi Dingdang rolled her eyes and said, even if it really does happen, we can't let him go smoothly. Otherwise, he will take an inch and take a mile, thinking that we are easy to bully. Chapter 1058. When a woman got serious, her drive was extremely terrifying. Tang Zheng was even more powerful, so he cleverly slipped away and went to the Go Club. The outside of the Go Club was as usual, and nothing out of the ordinary could be seen. The door was half open, and Ji Wuxiang stood at the door, welcoming Tang Zheng from afar. Young Master Tang, you're here. Tang Zheng nodded and walked into the Go Club with Ji Wuxiang. In a short period of time, the Go Club was already 70 to 80% rebuilt. Although it was not as quiet and elegant as before, the general situation was no different. Director Ji is really fast. Tang Zheng praised. Ji Wuxiang smiled faintly and said, in order to complete celestial chess as soon as possible, I don't have much time, so I have to hurry. Understood. So what do we do next? Let me first introduce you to the details of celestial chess. There are a total of 7 positions in celestial chess, namely Dubhe, Merak, Fekta, Migrez, Alioth Mizar, and Alcade. Each position has its own internal connection. If you're proficient in astronomy, you'll realize that these 7 positions actually correspond to the Big Dipper, and each position corresponds to the position of the Big Dipper. This way, there's no need for external forces, and you can connect with the Big Dipper and draw the power of the stars into celestial chess. Only in this way can celestial chess' true power be unleashed. The Big Dipper connects with the power of the stars. Tang Zheng was shocked. He had never heard of this before, so he couldn't help but be shocked. Seeing Tang Zheng's huge reaction, Ji Wuxiang smiled and said, actually, this isn't hard to understand. You absorb the spiritual energy in the air to cultivate, and where this spiritual energy comes from is actually closely related to the sun, moon, and stars. When the power of the sun, moon, and stars spills onto the world, it's absorbed by the plants and even blends into the air, turning into spiritual energy. Therefore, at the end of the day, spiritual energy and the power of the stars are interconnected. Tang Zheng was speechless. This was the first time he had heard of this theory, and he couldn't help but be surprised. He asked, where did you hear this from? Actually, there were already some rough outlines of this theory in ancient times. After I verified it, I found that it was true, so I tried to create the heavenly chess. Ji Wuxiang said. Genius. Tang Zheng was certain that Ji Wuxiang was not spouting nonsense. He could not help but feel greatly shaken. Sincerely convinced, he gave him a thumbs up. Ji Wuxiang smiled faintly. Young Master Tang, you flatter me. I'm just drawing on the wisdom of the ancients. It's not worth mentioning. No, I'm sincerely praising you. The ancient people had a rough outline, but you were able to turn it into reality. You even created the heavenly chess. If this isn't a genius, then what is? Tang Zheng shook his head and retorted. Pausing for a moment, Tang Zheng continued, since the power of the stars is the same as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, does that mean I can absorb the power of the stars and replace the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? This way, even if the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is thin, I can still rely on absorbing the power of the stars to cultivate and increase my cultivation level. Ji Wuxiang did not comment. I'm not a cultivator. I'm just a normal person, so I don't know if what young Master Tang said is possible. Tang Zheng felt like a door to a whole new world had been opened. He was a bit impatient to try it out. He quickly asked, Director Ji, How can I draw on the power of the stars? I can't explain this clearly by myself. It's easier to explain in the process of setting up the heavenly chess. So, in a moment, I'll explain the key points one by one to you. Ji Wuxiang said. Okay, then let's begin. Tang Zheng gladly agreed. The two of them arrived at the hall in the middle of the Go Club. The chessboards were still in place, not damaged in the slightest because of the fierce battle last time. In addition, all the members of the Go Club were sitting in front of the chessboards, staring at them with burning eyes. Seeing Ji Wuxiang and Tang Zheng walk over, all the players raised their heads for the first time. If it was in the past, no matter what happened in the outside world, all of their attention would be on the chessboards. They definitely would not be distracted by looking up. Ji Wuxiang looked at all the players and said, "Everyone, listen up. Today, we will complete the last step of the heavenly chess. It is also the most important step, the one that will determine success or failure. A while ago, the heavenly chess was attacked, and a part of the power of the heavenly chess was tested. Everyone has seen it for themselves. After we succeed this time, the power of the heavenly chess will rise to another level. Success or failure will depend on this one move." No one said anything, but the meaning expressed by everyone's determined gazes was very clear. Everyone had already made the greatest decision and would definitely put in the greatest effort to complete the task given by Ji Wuxiang. Ji Wuxiang looked at everyone with approval, then said, "Young Master Tang will play an important role in the process of setting up the heavenly chess. You all just need to follow the steps I gave you before. There can't be the slightest mistake." Everyone nodded at the same time. They looked at Tang Zheng and nodded slightly at him. Tang Zheng also felt an indescribable emotion in the silence. His expression also became serious as he said, "Everyone, don't worry. I will act according to President Ji's request. I will definitely not cause any trouble for everyone. If there is anything that is not done properly, please point it out." All the players were still silent. Ji Wuxiang said, "Young Master Tang, you stand here. This is the center of the heavenly chess. When a player moves the heavenly chess, all the power will be concentrated here. In the past, I also tried to guide the power of the stars and then infuse it into the heavenly chess. Later on, I discovered that an ordinary person like me can't do this at all. Although I am proficient in the heavenly chess, this is a fatal shortcoming. I have no way to make up for it, so the heavenly chess has never been completed." Hearing this, Tang Zheng was very surprised and asked, "The heavenly chess was created by you, so why can't you successfully set it up?" Ji Wuxiang smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know martial arts or magic, so this is destined. I can't do anything about it." Seeing his sincere words, Tang Zheng didn't have any doubts. He nodded and said, "All right, then we will do as President Ji says. I stand here, but I don't know what the power of the stars is. How do I know how to guide this power?" Ji Wuxiang said confidently, "I believe in young Master Tang's ability. Once the heavenly chess communicates with the Big Dipper and activates the power of the stars, young Master Tang will naturally sense it." Tang Zheng smiled and said, "Even I don't have that much confidence. But since President Ji thinks so highly of me, then I won't decline. When you sense the power of the stars, then guide the power of the stars to the corresponding positions on the heavenly chess. Look, these are those positions." Ji Wuxiang pointed out the positions for Tang Zheng. These positions were all on the chessboard, and they were all small dots. When these dots were combined together, they formed a complicated heavenly chess game. Chapter 1059. Tang Zheng looked up. Above his head was the roof, so he couldn't see the stars. However, he could see that the sun was high up in the sky. He couldn't help but ask, curiously, Since we're absorbing the power of the stars, how do we begin when there are no stars in the daytime? Ji Wuxiang smiled and said, "The stars in the sky don't disappear just because it's daytime. They're just blocked by the sunlight. They're still there. Moreover, the sun is also one of the stars. Therefore, your worries aren't a problem. Plus, pinnacle novel." Tang Zheng suddenly saw the light and resentfully said, "This is me being blinded by a single leaf and thinking wrongly. If there are no other questions, let's begin." After Ji Wuxiang finished speaking and saw that Tang Zheng didn't have any objections, he nodded to the other players. The players all had serious expressions. They looked at each other tacitly and then stretched out their hands. A black chess piece appeared in their hands and landed on the chessboard with a thump. After the piece was placed, Tang Zheng immediately felt a mysterious energy emerge. This energy didn't ripple from the chessboard, but rather descended from the sky and penetrated through the roof. Tang Zheng subconsciously looked up. The roof didn't change at all, but that mysterious feeling was very obvious and couldn't be shaken off. He immediately remembered Ji Wuxiang's words. He said that once the sky chess connected with the power of the Big Dipper, he would definitely sense it. Ji Wuxiang's prediction was godly. He actually guessed correctly. He couldn't help but take a deep look at Ji Wuxiang. He noticed that he was staring at the numerous chessboards with a serious expression. He was like a general commanding thousands of soldiers and horses. These chessboards were his battlefield. He had no distractions. Tang Zheng also hurriedly gathered his thoughts and focused all his attention on the power of the stars. Gradually, more and more power of the stars fell from the sky. Tang Zheng felt as if the air was about to become viscous. It was as if it had turned into seawater. The rich energy made his heart tremble. He closed his eyes. He didn't use his eyes to see, but relied entirely on his instinctive perception. Once he closed his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, his perception of the power of the stars would be especially obvious. Tang Zheng moved his head and tried to guide the power of the stars according to Ji Wuxiang's instructions. He activated his Zhen Qi and circulated his power. He pointed out a finger, and a trace of Zhen Qi shot out from his fingertip. It pushed the power of the stars in front of him and infused it into the corresponding point on the chessboard. Puff! When his Zhen Qi collided with the power of the stars was like seawater under the external force. It separated on its own and did not enter the chessboard as he had expected. Tang Zheng was shocked. He originally thought that it would be very smooth, but now it seemed that he had underestimated the difficulty. Once again, he concentrated and held his breath. He tried a few more times, but his true qi still couldn't move the power of the stars. What should he do? He furrowed his brows subconsciously. Ji Wuxiang looked at him and said, "Young Master Tang, did you sense the power of the stars?" Tang Zheng's eyes were still closed. He nodded slightly, but the dignified look between his brows did not disappear. "Young Master Tang, you don't need to care too much. You just need to follow your heart, and we believe that you will definitely succeed." Ji Wuxiang's heart moved as he guessed Tang Zheng's predicament and encouraged him. Tang Zheng remained calm and collected. He was unwilling to admit defeat. This time, he did not rashly activate his Zhen Qi. Instead, he decided to find another way. Since the power of the stars and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth were of the same origin, then would he be able to communicate with the power of the stars, just like how he usually communicated with the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. In this way, he didn't need to urge his true qi to move the power of the stars. He only needed to move his mind, and the power of the stars would move according to his will. Of course, this was only a beautiful wish of his. Whether or not it was possible still needed to be tested. He got rid of all distracting thoughts and entered a mysterious state. He tried to communicate with the power of the stars. This was many times more difficult than communicating with the world's spiritual energy. As long as one was a cultivator, they could communicate with the world's spiritual energy. However, there were many differences between the power of the stars and the world's spiritual energy. He did not know if others had done it before, but he had already experienced the difficulty. However, what made him depressed was that no matter how he activated his true chi, he could not communicate with the power of the stars. Time passed by minute, and he was about to lose all hope. I don't believe that I can't do anything when the power of the stars is right in front of me. He was unwilling to admit defeat. His mind moved, and he remembered what the demon lord had said. The scarlet lunar beast relied on absorbing the essence of the moon to increase its cultivation. The essence of the moon was also a type of power of the stars. Since the scarlet lunar beast could communicate with the essence of the sun and moon, then he should bring it here. Perhaps there would be an unexpected gain. However, it was too late now. He was not prepared to give up and decided to continue trying. Over and over again, he was about to lose all hope. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already given up. However, Tang Zheng's persistence was incomparable to that of an ordinary person. He was able to achieve his current success not only because of his opportunities, but also because of his tenacious and indomitable character. The chess player placed another chess piece. An even more powerful power of the stars rushed down from the roof, filling up this small space. Suddenly, the ancient clear heaven scroll started to operate on its own. Tang Zheng was shocked. He wanted to stop the ancient clear heaven scroll immediately. However, just as this thought appeared, he immediately stopped it. He suspiciously sensed the situation in his body. The ancient clear heaven scroll had always been very mysterious. In the past, Tian Chanzi and his enemies had racked their brains and even sacrificed their lives to snatch it. As for the origin of the ancient clear heaven scroll, even Tian Chanzi was not clear about it. However, in short, the ancient clear heaven scroll was not an ordinary technique. It was just that Tang Zheng had been cultivating for so long, but he had never discovered the peculiarities of the ancient clear heaven scroll. Now that he saw it operating on its own, he seemed to have guessed that something was about to happen. The ancient clear heaven scroll had operated for 7 small cycles. Just as he was completely puzzled, there was a rumbling sound in his body. His true chi was like a surging river flowing through his meridians. Finally, it was all absorbed into his yuanying. All of his meridians had become empty, without a single trace of true chi. What's going on? He was at a loss. But before he could react, the power of the stars from all directions seemed to have found a vent rushing into his meridians. It was as if a dry desert had encountered a storm, and in an instant it was full of vitality. Rumble! A loud rumbling sound came from within his meridians, as if it was the sound of a surging river, causing one's heart to surge. Tang Zheng fiercely opened his eyes, which flashed with a trace of light, as he raised his head to look. A whirlpool had appeared on the roof, as if the clouds had been stirred up, collapsing from the middle into a whirlpool, and he was right below the whirlpool. The mighty power of the stars poured down from the whirlpool, pouring into his body. The rumbling sound continued for a long time. Tang Zheng's spirit was agitated, and his face was red. He was so excited that he did not know what to say. This was beyond his imagination. What exactly was going on? Why was the ancient clear heaven scroll able to communicate with the power of the stars and even absorb it into his body? Moreover, he had already sensed that the power of the stars, under the effect of the ancient clear heaven scroll, was rapidly transforming into true qi. This was exactly the same as when he absorbed the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and transformed it into true qi. The only difference was that the true qi transformed from the power of the stars contained an even greater amount of energy. It was expanding his meridians little by little, and his true qi was rising steadily. His body was like a big balloon, quickly filled with true qi. Ji Wuxiang looked at Tang Zheng with shining eyes and asked, "Young Master Tang, what's going on?" Tang Zheng did not answer, because he had already reached a critical moment. His true qi was rapidly rising, reaching its peak, and finally breaking through the bottleneck in one fell swoop. Tang Zheng's eyes were covered with a layer of purple light, and he could clearly feel his cultivation soar, rising 2 levels and unexpectedly reaching the 6th stage yuanying. He could clearly see his own yuanying face becoming clearer, and his 4 limbs were no different from a real person's. Even his meridians were sprouting little by little. This feeling was very subtle, as if he was creating a new life. Once he broke through, the speed at which he absorbed the power of the stars decreased by a lot, and the vortex above his head also dissipated. Ji Wuxiang stared at the top of his head with shining eyes, and then looked at Tang Zheng. It was clear that he had already realized something. "Young Master Tang," he gently called out again, "don't worry. I will now guide the power of the stars into the heavenly chess. You take control of the overall situation." Tang Zheng lightly said. Ji Wuxiang's face revealed an excited expression and said, "I'm already prepared. Please make your move, young Master Tang." Tang Zheng pointed his finger forward. And this time, there was no true qi bursting out from his finger, but the power of the stars between heaven and earth was drawn in. Swoosh, 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 the power of the stars turned into several streaks and quickly shot towards the corresponding points on the chessboard. In an instant, the chessboard soared into the sky, enveloping everyone's heads. These streaks of light intertwined and finally condensed into a huge chessboard in midair. The crisscrossing chessboard shone brightly and emitted a strange aura. Tang Zheng could not help but raise his head to look and was stunned by this scene. As it turned out, after guiding the power of the stars into the chessboard, it was as if the chessboard had come to life. Ji Wuxiang's face was filled with excitement as he raised his head to look, and his eyes flickered with an indescribable expression as he muttered to himself, "Finally succeeded, it's a success." The other players also changed their usual wooden expressions, and their faces all became lively as they raised their heads to look, unable to take their eyes off the chessboard. Kacha! Suddenly, the chessboard in front of the players cracked and fell apart. Finally, with a few rumbling sounds, all the chessboards were turned into pieces. Tang Zheng was shocked, but the others were not surprised, as if they already knew this would happen. "Ha ha! The heavenly chess has been completed." Ji Wuxiang raised his head to the sky and laughed loudly, completely different from his usual reserved self. Tang Zheng looked at him with a burning gaze and felt that at this moment he seemed to be a little different, but he could not pinpoint the specific feeling. Chapter 1060. After the chessboard shattered. The chessboard in the air turned into specks of light, just like the stars in the night sky, falling in all directions and disappearing into the floor. Tang Zheng looked at this scene in astonishment, not knowing what was behind this change. On the other hand, Ji Wuxiang's expression was still excited, so Tang Zheng relaxed. It seemed that this heavenly chess was really a success. After experiencing what happened just now, he had a deeper understanding of heavenly chess. Heavenly chess was not a formation, but a kind of chess game. This kind of chess game was very subtle, and Ji Wuxiang was a genius, able to create this kind of chess game based on the wisdom of the ancients. Once the chess game was activated, It could communicate with the power of the stars in the nine heavens, and use the power of the stars to unleash the power of the chess game to attack the enemy. Most formations required a certain amount of energy, and then a corresponding chant or formation to be effective. Among them, the energy source was the most important. Heavenly chess also had something in common. Its energy source was the power of the stars. As long as the stars in the sky were not destroyed, its energy source would be endless. From this, it could be seen how powerful heavenly chess was. There was a world of difference between this array and the majority of array formations. Tang Zheng understood this point, so he had a deeper understanding of how extraordinary heavenly chess was. He was even more interested in how heavenly chess would be used. Ji Wuxiang looked at Tang Zheng meaningfully, saying, "Young Master Tang is indeed a young hero. I've racked my brains for so long, but I still haven't succeeded. Now that young Master Tang has taken action, it immediately succeeded. I truly admire you." Tang Zheng's gains were also great. He could already sense the power of the stars, and his cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. This kind of gain could not be described with words. However, he did not tell Ji Wuxiang this, and nodded reservedly, saying, "This is all thanks to Manager Ji's genius ability. If you didn't create heavenly chess, it would be impossible to accomplish such a feat. Haha, young Master Tang is too kind." Director Ji, the heavenly chess has been successfully completed. I wonder if you have any specific ideas for the next function of the heavenly chess? Tang Zheng asked. Ji Wuxiang pondered for a while, then said, "I've considered this matter a long time ago. Even I haven't completely understood the functions of heavenly chess, so we have to experiment step by step." "Even you haven't completely figured it out?" Tang Zheng was shocked. Even the creator of the heavenly chess was unable to understand it. Then how powerful was the heavenly chess? It was simply unimaginable. Ji Wuxiang let out a long sigh and resentfully said, "I'm ashamed to say that I, Ji Wuxiang, am lacking in talent and knowledge, and indeed am unable to completely understand the functions of heavenly chess. However, I believe that with young Master Tang joining us in the future, we will definitely be able to explore more functions of heavenly chess." "You want me to explore heavenly chess with you in the future?" Tang Zheng was surprised. "Of course." Ji Wuxiang nodded heavily. The success of heavenly chess could not have been achieved without young Master Tang's help. Inviting young Master Tang to explore heavenly chess together is only natural. In reality, Tang Zheng was also filled with curiosity towards heavenly chess. Since Ji Wuxiang was sincerely inviting him, then there was no need to refuse. Thus, he gladly agreed. Since Director Ji is inviting me, then it would be impolite of me to refuse. Ji Wuxiang laughed loudly. "I believe that with young Master Tang joining us, we will definitely be able to discover more functions of heavenly chess. It's still early, so let's begin. Let's see what functions heavenly chess has." Tang Zheng said impatiently, filled with great anticipation. Ji Wuxiang nodded. "All right, then I'll start the heavenly chess." After speaking, Ji Wuxiang nodded at the Go players. A Go player walked to a corner of the hall and stopped. The others also walked to a corner and stood there. Tang Zheng watched this scene with a strange expression. His eyebrows gradually knitted together because he gradually saw some clues. The positions of these Go players were similar to the positions on the Go board just now. Each person's position was a key intersection. Yao Guang. At Ji Wuxiang's command, the Go players immediately moved. It was as if they had become Go pieces, moving one step on the Go board. Everyone's positions changed greatly. Whoosh! A ray of light flew up from the Go players' feet and shot into the sky. It broke through the roof and rushed into the nine heavens. Tang Zheng hurriedly retreated from the hall and looked at the few rays of light in the sky. Under the illumination of the sun, these rays of light were very weak. A normal person would not be able to see them with the naked eye. Mizar! At another command, all the Go players immediately moved. Another few rays of light shot into the sky. Suddenly, Tang Zheng's pupils contracted, because after those rays of light disappeared into the horizon, he actually felt a star light up in the daytime sky. It was broad daylight, so how could he see starlight? He thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Yu Heng, Tian Quan, but with Ji Wuxiang's command, the Go players moved to the corresponding positions. Tang Zheng, once again, saw the twinkling star in the sky. Moreover, the twinkling star was different each time. It was definitely not the same star. Inspiration struck him, and he immediately remembered that this heavenly chess piece was connected to the Big Dipper. Thus, every time the Go players moved, the twinkling star would be the corresponding Big Dipper. The distance between the ground and the stars was an astronomical number, but Tang Zheng was able to see the corresponding star through the vast sky. Tang Zheng felt that if he said this, he would probably be treated as a lunatic. Thus, he decided not to say it. Even to Ji Wuxiang, he was prepared to keep his mouth shut. Ji Wuxiang naturally could not have guessed that Tang Zheng could see the twinkling stars in the distant sky. If he knew, he would definitely be shocked. Right. Besides shock, he was even more shocked, because this had far exceeded his expectations. He saw that Tang Zheng was staring at the sky with a burning gaze. Without saying anything, he ordered the Go players to complete 7 moves. In the past, although the Go players could complete 7 moves through meticulous practice, the power could not be compared to now. After saying the 2 words Tian Shu, he fell silent and stared at the ground with a burning gaze. Swoosh! Countless rays of light rose from the ground, rushing through the roof and into the sky. If it were nighttime, this scene would definitely be extremely beautiful and dazzling. Ji Wuxiang's eyes shone with a bright light, the corner of his mouth twitching as he muttered to himself, "Since the heavenly chess piece has been completed, then the world has become my Go game." Ha! Using the world as a Go game. This is the true profundity of the heavenly chess piece. Tang Zheng's attention was almost entirely focused on the rays of light soaring into the sky, so he did not hear Ji Wuxiang's muttering. At the final moment, the 7 stars of the Big Dipper began to twinkle. A vast power descended from the sky and landed in the sky above the capital. Finally, it completely enveloped the capital and disappeared. At this moment, countless experts walked out of their rooms and looked up at the sky. Somehow, they had already sensed the change, but they could not tell what it was exactly. Tang Zheng's feeling was especially strong. Just now, he actually had the impulse to lose control of his mind, but he did not know what was going on. He suddenly turned to stare at Ji Wuxiang and saw that he was excited. He said impatiently, "The heavenly chess piece has been officially activated, and the effect is very good. It has already enveloped the entire capital and will protect this huge capital from being invaded by external enemies." Protect the entire capital? Tang Zheng's eyelids twitched wildly. This was the same as a defensive formation. However, Tang Zheng understood that there was an absolute difference between this and a defensive formation. This was because the heavenly chess piece could not only defend, but also attack. He had always had a deep impression of the heavenly chess piece's invisible attack that the High Lord had suffered. Ji Wuxiang nodded heavily and said excitedly, "Yes, this is all thanks to young Master Tang. If you did not activate the heavenly chess piece, it would only be able to protect a small part of the chess club at most. Now, the heavenly chess piece can already protect the entire capital." Tang Zheng frowned and asked thoughtfully, "From what you're saying, the heavenly chess piece's power and functions can continue to be expanded and even protect an even larger area Ji Wuxiang did not hide anything and even nodded proudly. Of course. In theory, the heavenly chess piece should be able to protect the entire world under the dome of heaven. Tang Zheng's eyelids twitched wildly. No formation could do this. Even the formations left behind by the ancients in the 100,000 mountains were focused on the 100,000 mountains. This kind of formation was already very rare and could even be considered the work of a genius. However, compared to the heavenly chess piece, it seemed petty, although it sounded very cool and powerful. Tang Zheng knew that the more powerful something was, the more uncertain it would be. Why did only a few large countries in this world possess nuclear bombs? That was because they were weapons of mass destruction, if everyone had them. Or if some crazy small country also had nuclear bombs, such as the country to the northeast of Huaxia, it would be an indescribable threat if they had nuclear bombs. That was because small countries had no fear. If they recklessly launched a nuclear bomb attack, it would start a new world war. If that happened, this world would sink into the quagmire of war. By the same logic, the heavenly chess piece was so powerful, but it was controlled by a single person. This would lead to many problems. Absolute power would lead to greed. The heavenly chess piece's absolute power would lead to even bigger problems. Someone would proclaim himself as God and stand on everyone's shoulders because he had the heavenly chess piece in his hands. If anyone dared to disobey him, they would be punished and punished by the heavenly chess. A trace of panic flashed through Tang Zheng's eyes. He realized that he had completely underestimated the heavenly chess and seemed to have fallen into a very ominous situation. The light in his eyes intensified as he stared at Ji Wuxiang with a burning gaze and said, "Director Ji, why didn't you tell me this earlier? The heavenly chess piece is actually so powerful." Ji Wuxiang smiled and said, "I never thought that the heavenly chess piece would be so powerful. I only realized this after activating the heavenly chess piece just now." Tang Zheng looked at Ji Wuxiang skeptically. Ji Wuxiang's face was calm, as if he did not say anything at all. Chapter 1061. Ji Wuxiang looked at Tang Zheng, as usual, as if his heart was magnanimous, without any pretense or concealment. Especially when facing Tang Zheng's burning gaze, he was even more at ease. Pinnacle novel. Tang Zheng finally retracted his gaze. He didn't know if he was imagining things, but when he thought of celestial chess' great use, he felt uncomfortable. Since celestial chess is so useful, what does Boss Ji plan to do with it? Ji Wuxiang's lips curled into a faint smile, saying, "Of course it's to protect the chess club, to protect the capital from invasion. The capital is the capital of a country. Who would dare to attack it?" Tang Zheng asked. Ji Wuxiang shook his head, saying, "That might not be the case. Young Master Tang should be very clear about what happened in the imperial city. If there was celestial chess, perhaps the imperial city wouldn't have been destroyed." Tang Zheng's pupils shrank as he stared straight at Ji Wuxiang. He was also involved in the battle in the imperial city. Didn't this mean that celestial chess was still targeting him? He felt a deep sense of danger as his aura surged, emitting a dangerous aura. Ji Wuxiang seemed to have sensed this dangerous aura and hurriedly explained, "Young Master Tang, don't misunderstand. I have no intention of targeting you. I'm just afraid that the 100 Faces Star Lord will attack the capital again. With celestial chess protection, it will be difficult for the 100 Faces Star Lord's scheme to succeed." Celestial chess can block the 100 Faces Star Lord? Tang Zheng asked in a deep voice. Ji Wuxiang's face revealed a trace of arrogance, saying proudly, "Of course. How can a mere 100 Faces Star Lord be a match for my celestial chess?" Tang Zheng's head jumped, asking, How do you know so much about the 100 Faces, Star-Lord? Ji Wuxiang smiled faintly, saying, Young Master Tang and the 100 Faces Star-Lord had a great battle in the capital. As long as one is interested, they will naturally inquire about it. I have many sources of information, so it's not difficult for me to find out some details. Although the 100 Faces Star-Lord is a character from ancient times, his cultivation may not be that high, so celestial chess is more than enough to deal with him. Tang Zheng frowned, saying, Then you mean that celestial chess is more than enough to deal with me? Ji Wuxiang's expression slightly changed, shaking his head. Young Master Tang is too serious. You and we are allies. Celestial chess being able to succeed. Celestial chess's success is all thanks to young Master Tang. Chess's success. Celestial chess is against young Master Tang. Tang Zheng gave a cold smile and said with an unkind tone, Is that so? But why do I feel that I'm being used as a tool? To help, S for help makings. Celestial chess as ISN's as Wuxiang's is because it's to see this. S him. That's impossible. I understand young Master Tanks. Celestial chess will not make things difficult for young Master Tang. Moreover, with celestial chess, help, young Master Tang can do many things. Isn't that so? Ji Wuxiang stared at Tang Zheng. Their gazes met, and their invisible auras clashed. Tang Zheng's mind was spinning rapidly, thinking about the and Ji Wuxiang's true. Now, there was one thing he was sure of. Ji Wuxiang had hidden a lot of the truth from him. After he fell into Ji Wuxiang's trap, he unknowingly helped him complete celestial chess. If Ji Wuxiang had known celestial chess was so powerful, he would have weighed the pros and cons. But there was no medicine for regret in this world. Since celestial chess had been completed, if he left now and allowed celestial chess to fall into Ji Wuxiang's hands, wouldn't that be benefiting him for nothing? Right now, he should think of a way to control celestial chess. However, his knowledge and research on celestial chess was still too shallow. It was not enough to control celestial chess. An idea came to him, and he decided to suppress the dissatisfaction in his heart. He feigned civility and said, Since Manager Ji thinks highly of me, then I'll thank you. I wonder if Manager Ji can teach me how to control celestial chess. Tang Zheng went straight to the point. He stared at Ji Wuxiang with a burning gaze. Ji Wuxiang's expression was normal as he smiled faintly. Young Master Tang's suggestion is very good. Celestial chess is the world's celestial chess. If I own it alone, then I'll be monopolizing it, which is not a good thing. Since young Master Tang is willing to take on this responsibility alone, then of course I have to express my heartfelt admiration. I don't have any other good points, but I still have this bit of foresight and magnanimity. As long as young Master Tang doesn't mind, I'll focus on telling young Master Tang all the details of celestial chess. Tang Zheng's head trembled. He stared straight at Ji Wuxiang, as if he was doubting if he was hearing things. Ji Wuxiang actually agreed, so readily. It was completely unexpected. Tang Zheng thought that the other party would refuse again and again, and that he would have to spend a lot of effort to convince him. But now it seemed that his worries were completely unnecessary. Could it be that he was measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain? Ji Wuxiang had good intentions, and he had completely misunderstood. Tang Zheng was skeptical. He really didn't understand the situation. However, since the other party was so generous, no matter what the other party's intentions were, he would have the opportunity to get to know celestial chess better. This was, of course, a good thing that was hard to come by. Therefore, He had no reason to refuse. Tang Zheng nodded with a solemn face. He made the final decision. All right, since Director Ji's kindness is hard to refuse, then I will agree. Ji Wuxiang was extremely happy as he said, then I really have to thank young Master Tang. With your help, we can activate and complete celestial chess even faster. When the time comes, the ones who will benefit will be the common people of the world. Everyone will definitely be grateful to young Master Tang for what you have done. Ji Wuxiang's voice was filled with passion and excitement, as if it was filled with gratitude. His words were sincere, causing others to involuntarily believe his words. Tang Zheng wouldn't be fooled by such nonsense. Although he had a lot of doubts in his heart, he didn't show much of a reaction on the surface. Therefore, he nodded towards Ji Wuxiang and said, Director Ji, this matter shouldn't be delayed. Let's begin now. Ji Wuxiang smiled. He looked at Tang Zheng with narrowed eyes and said, Since that's the case, then let's begin. Tang Zheng's expression froze. He stared straight at Ji Wuxiang. His eyes swept over all the chess players present. They all stood in their respective positions with solemn expressions. There was still a trace of joy in their eyes. Tang Zheng gathered his thoughts. He understood that what was going to happen next was the most important thing, no matter how much Ji Wuxiang hid. In the end, there was a possibility of it being exposed. Therefore, Tang Zheng was prepared to pay attention to every important detail. He definitely couldn't be careless. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.